Hey man, have to go and take a seat. And directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
You are very welcome. This is King's Resort. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. And that graphic you see is the chip count for our feature table. This is day 2, late in day 2. Another guarantee. Absolutely smashed here. This monster stack gold ring number 7. And this particular event held a $500,000 guarantee total prize pool. Now well over the 600k, 636,500. 1,340 entries. And we are down to less than 10% of the field. We're in the money here in the resort. All of these players guaranteed a payday. And it gets quite sizable as we look at them payouts. Up top is 6 figures, over 100k in cash plus that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Of course, the World Series of Poker Europe main event at 10,350 buy-in event broke all records this year. And building now for 2022. This is our feature table. No real giant stacks. I think chip leader on this table is Afik, the Israeli, in seat 4. See him there in the very left of your screen. A lot of regs. This is Afik, 2.1 million. Blinds, 20,000, 40,000. Good structure this event. 45-minute clock today, and of course it's a progressive clock, meaning that it is extended tomorrow. This is the player from Belarus, Vladimir, with the ace jack and the high jack, 510,000. The short stack on the table, actually there's a couple of short stacks. And seat 1 here is Mario. He's pretty short. He folds. This is the big man from Holland, Robin Hink. We're sitting on about average. So the ace jack shove from Vladimir takes down the pot, adds 100k to a stack. That's what's out there pre. Real experience on the table. The very right hand side there, Alexander Sassanov. Absolutely lethal. Highly experienced. Multiple cashes in World Series CPTs. Russian player is short here, sitting on about 10 big blinds, I believe. So expect Alexander to make a move pretty soon. Under the gun is the chip leader on this table, sitting on over 2 million, is Afik, with the queen jack suited under the gun. And this is real teaser. Beautiful looking hand, full of potential, but such an early position. Afik does have the stack. Hugely beneficial. Can widen his range. Min raise with the queen jack suited. I like this display of intent from the big stack on the table, and it's folded right around to the shorty. Alexander, who folds now. Seat 1 is Mario, who folds, and this is Robin from Holland in the small blind. He folds, and in the big blind is Andreas. Also several World Series of Poker cashes. Cashed recently here. Afik takes that one down. And blinds posted 20,000, 40,000. 45-minute clock. We are 9-handed. Under the gun here is David Savoka from the Czech Republic, sitting on about 20 bigs with ace queen. Ace queen, strong enough to open under the gun for David on a 20 big blind stack. He makes it 80,000 minimum raise. That's Alexander, who we've just seen there, 390, which is just under the 10 bigs. And Mario folds, and this is Robin who's folded. And now Andreas Adil from Germany in the small blind position folds. This is the big stack. Afik Navan from Israel. King 10, mandatory defend here given the circumstances. Absolute minimum. Getting 4.5 to 1 on his money. King 10, big blinds, got the chips. Absolute compulsory call. And boy, that is sick stuff. Top 2 versus flop straight. Well, it's good night, David. It was nice knowing you. It's been short and sweet. It's brutal, and we did see queen folded. We also seen an ace folded, so it's all over. Deuce of diamonds. I mean, it's such a safe card. You would think for David to fire once again. None of the draws getting there. Oh boy, this is desperate stuff. He's going to have to fire again. And for sure, this is where Afik announces himself with a check raise. And it's going to be pretty disgusting. 180,000. You can see David's stack size just 500,000 behind Afik. Just doing a bit of Hollywooding here. Trying to show weakness with the absolute nuts. David, well, alarm bells going off, but it's just, I mean, there's no escape. If this guy gets away from this, well, I'm just going to turn off the microphone and leave the booth and never return. And that is a fact. There's absolutely no escape here. And there the money does go in. Cooler, top 2 versus the straight. Now there's a redraw. 2 outs. David, can he find ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds? They're the only 2 cards that can save his tournament. David Savoka from the Czech Republic, all in for his tournament life. And river comes. Well, I mean, Afik is celebrating like he's just won the tournament. His opponent was dead to 2 outs. Ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, the only 2 cards that could have helped David. Couldn't find them. Pretty sick board. Pretty fast a bust out here from our feature table. It's history. David Savoka from the Czech Republic, busting out in the money though, does cash. He earned himself €1,264. This is Elad Simir under the gun. Jack 10 suited, and he's going to just put it all in. I can understand his thinking. A lot of hands that he's flipping against, and hands ahead of him like this ace 9 that will fold to him. Dutchman, just let this go for like 2/3 of a stack. Ace 9, still bunch of players still to act. Not really credible that he can put his chips in here, but perhaps he's seriously thinking of it. He's asking, have you a small pair, which is not allowed. The dealer points out you're not allowed, not with players in the hand still to act on Andreas. Well, you can see a hand like this will also go into the bin, which is completely dominating Vladimir's hand. And Afik would love to see a flop with the suited connectors of 8-7 of diamonds, but it's too expensive. Big blind Johan, the Belgian player, he folds. The player from Belarus takes down the pot uncontested. Pre-flop, moves his chips in, folded a right around, no one interested. If you've just tuned in, this is a live broadcast. Yes, we are fully operational here in Kings Resort, and the place is absolutely buzzing. Smack bang in the middle of the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. 3 million plus guaranteed, and 15 gold rings. We're pretty much halfway through the festival. This is the Monster Stack, which is gold ring number 7. $500,000 guaranteed in this event. Of course, that prize pool absolutely shattered. Quick shout out to the local player Saska Minerva from the Czech Republic, who won the 7-card stud late last night. Picks himself up gold ring. Of course, there was the Romanian player Anna Maria, who took down the ladies event. What a class act, Anna Maria. She also bags herself that much coveted World Series of Poker Circuit gold ring. She took down the ladies event. Right now we're watching the Monster Stack. This is one of the standout events, and Vladimir 3-betting here pre. What is going on? No flop. Best hand between these two is 8 high. Vladimir. It's like he can see Johan's hand. Johan with the suited connectors, both of them miss here. Johan first to speak, but he's out of position. Vladimir with just a pot-sized bet behind. None of these players have anything, no connection to this board whatsoever. 420,000 Vladimir. To act. I mean, if he just sneezes at this pot, Johan will fold, and it's gone check, check. Oh boy. 6 on the turn. Catapults Johan into the lead. And with that check on the flop, Johan may feel his 6 is good here. But Uladzimir will probably now put in a delayed continuation bet, given that it's been checked to him twice. But he might find resistance from Johan, who has connected with the turn. Uladzimir checks back. 4 on the river. Johan with a blocker to that straight out there in his hand. It's out 220. Uladzimir has missed big opportunity to take this pot. Was his on the flop, and Johan leaves Uladzimir in the danger zone. Just 12 big blinds. He's going to have to post small blind this hand. Also running is the 5-card PLO event. I'm told there's well over 100 players in that, over 100k in the prize pool. And we're going to stick with this monster stack event. Now, Robin Hink, what is he at here? 9-8 offsuit, under the gun +2, mid position, makes it 80,000. Afik, the chip leader in the cutoff, folding. And now Johan, ace-10 on the button. Well, this is pretty high risky for Robin. He just has like 22 bigs behind. And early position raise. Huge risk attached to this. Going to be kind of stranded here with Johan calling him. Now, Fazula with the Queen 10 and the big blind is getting a very attractive price, 40,000. It's 6.5 to 1. I mean, it's mandatory for him to put the rest of the money in to see a flop here. So 300k in the middle. Well, second pair for Robin Hink. He's in spot of bother here for sure. And Johan. Checks back his ace. Well, this is really interesting. 10 on the turn. Johan top 2. Robin and a Fazula both have a little piece of this. But you can see Fazula drawing dead. 10 no good to him. 2 pair draw no good. And Johan, what's in the raise? Robin, well, he opened extremely light, early position from like 20, sub 25 big blinds. I mean, it's hugely risky. And these are the kind of situations you can find yourself in. Nice check back on the flop there from Johan. Earned himself some extra dough. Blinds still 40,000, 80,000. This is the Monster Stack event. We have a open seat here. David Savotka from the Czech Republic busting out. Opened with the ace queen, flop top 2, but big stack on the table, defending in the big blind with king 10, flopped a straight, and that was end of story for David. Now, seat 1 there is Mario Heisman. Mario just after a cash in the mini main event from this festival. Now, chip leader 3 million. Average stack about 1.2. Afik Navan. He folds now. Johan. 2 million stack in the cutoff, the queen deuce. So not very deep this table. A lot of short stacks, including Uladzimir here. Deciding to fold, and action moves to Fazilla. Uladzimir has folded to 7-6 on the button. This is Fazilla in the small blind position, and we have a short stack, Alexander Sasanov from Russia, who you can see there, the very right of your screen, right next to the dealer new arrival on the table. So replacement for David's seat. But we're going to concentrate here on blind versus blind. Fazula versus Sasanov, and Fazula has raised into him. I mean, never folding there, so he was better off just putting them all in. Oh, he did put them all in. Okay, I get that. And Alexander Sasanov made the call. Pretty standard play. Fazula's his biggest exposure was just the 300,000. So went with the queen 8, and it's an exact flip. Fortunately for Alexander, 8 on the board. 6 of hearts was folded pre. Alexander 1 clean out, which is the 6 of clubs. Well, no, this really helps us, because this opens up a load of other outs. Any diamond, and the 7 for a straight, and would you believe, gets there. That was a great card for him, that 10 of diamonds. Straight draw, flush draw. So the dangerous Russian Alexander Sasanov gets a double, brings him up to about 750. Electronic devices need to be surrendered. TD just ensuring that's the case here at our feature table. We're broadcasting live from Kings Resort. It is the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. 3 million plus guaranteed, and all of these guarantees are being absolutely hammer crushed. This $500,000 guaranteed for this particular event was well smashed. €636,500 in the prize pool. The big man here under the gun is Robin Hink from Holland, who folds. This is Andreas Dill. Now sitting on 3 million, more than double the average AFIC. Average now about 1.3 million. And this is our new arrival, and this is a great life, isn't it? You sit down, first hand, come to the table cold. Nobody knows you. Don't know what you're like. And Patrick, not really sure in the flag he's repping. I'm going to say Afghanistan, but that's a total guess. But maybe one of you educated, or should I say more educated, viewers could help me out on that flag for Patrick Callis, who's raising to 90,000 with the aces, and Fazula getting sucked in. But look at this, Mario Heisman, the King's Reg, seat 1 with the ladies. I mean, it's clear 3-bet, shove all in. Without a doubt, that's the move here with queens on the button after an open player you have no idea about. Flat then from the pretty loose Fazula. So you can totally understand Mario's thinking queens here ahead so often. He lets rip, and Patrick just doing a bit of Hollywooding before he puts in a stack, and Fazula now getting the information that 9 high just ain't gonna cut it in this 3-way pot, and he is just gonna surrender his cards to the dealer and let Mario Heisman and Patrick Callis fight this one out. I mean, why he's in the tank here is beyond me. He's not putting in 1.2 million. That's pretty much his entire stack. It is his entire stack. Maybe he's thinking of having a punt. No, he's not. Just not credible, really. Mario. Well, in good form of late, Mario. Cashed the mini main event in this festival. First hand we've seen him, you can just see he's resigned to defeat. It's pretty ugly. Not much you can do. Gotta go with it. Given the situation. Jack 8. Running 9-10. It's paint, but it's no good. It needs a queen and queen only. Red queen to stay alive. Mario Heisman on the ropes, and Patrick finishes Mario off. Patrick with the aces, they hold against the queens. Mario Heisman eliminated. And a nice start for Patrick. Got the bonus of 90k from our friend Fazula on the button, and then he got about 500,000 from Mario Heisman. So about 6, well, a little bit more with the blinds. I'm gonna say about 670, 680 profit. Of 15 bigs. That will certainly help his cause. We're late in day 2 here. We're watching the World Series of Poker Monster Stack. And they call it a Monster Stack because that's what the players get starting off. 100,000 chips. And this is Andrea still folding the King 8, and it moves to the chip leader, the Israeli Afik, who folds, and our new arrival, Patrick. Close to 2 million, ace 6, I believe, in the bin, but Johan will be opening here with pocket 8s. So just catching up in the chat. Hello to all the viewers. Shout out to my good friend Bobik in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. And this indeed is the Monster Stack Gold Ring number 7, and it's been pretty action packed so far. And we're going to see the Flying Dutchman move his chips in. Now, it's probably a great situation for Robin because he's going to get the hand that's crushing him to fold, and The hand he's flipping against will be calling. Fazula with the ace-jack makes the call. And Robin is slight favourite here for a decent pot, 1.5, 1.6 million pot. Pretty close to a coin flip. Robin Hink with the pair. Fazula. With the 2 overs. 3 spades on board, no spade in anyone's hand. We just saw the Belgian player fold pocket 8s. Now 9 on the turn. Can he hold here the pocket 5s? Robin Hink. Yes, no, ace in the river. Barry Greenstein job. Fazula leaves it late but gets there. And another bust out. Good luck, boys, says Robin. Absolute gentleman, but just couldn't get a start here. He's gone busto, he's cashed, and you can see the chip count graphic there for this no limit hold'em monster stack late in day 2. Big stack there. Afik sitting on 3 million, and the player from Belarus, Vladimir. The short stack about 11 bigs for Vladimir. This is Afik folding, Patrick here in Sensuous Green folding, and now pocket kings for the player from Belgium, Johan. So about 80 players left in the mix. The average stack about 1.75 million, 1.75 million. Johan folding the 8s. Well, it worked out all right. Ace, Jack. Made a pair in that last hand. That was Fazula who hit the ace in the river. See the Russian there in C8. Alexander, one to watch. This is Andreas Dill. C3, C1 and C2 gone bust. Now you're looking at Andreas Dill. Sub 20 bigs. Can't see his cards. Well, it looks like he's going to 3-bet here. Now, Andreas makes it more than 500,000. I think it's about 530,000 thereabouts. Oh boy, Queens running into an overpair once again. He's pretty much put a stack in, Andreas, and Johan clicks back. Andreas puts the rest in. Cards on their back. This is crazy action. I mean, we've only started. We've had 1, 2, 3 bust outs, and it looks like we're going to have a 4th. Andreas with the queens. What can he do except get his money in? Johan, well, pretty easy call for him when he gets 3-bet. In fact, 4 bets because he's a little bit behind in Andreas' stack and 10-6 deuce. No help for Andreas. Queen and queen only. 3 on the turn. He gets his jacket. It's a horrible situation. You absolutely hate it as a player. You know you're going bust. You're hoping for the long shot to hit. Sometimes it comes in, but not on this occasion for Andreas Dill. Elimination. And he is busto. I mean, it's just crazy pace, this. Down to about 73 players. All guaranteed 1,400 and €8. Of course, these are minimal payouts. It'll be some time before they get quite substantial. That is the Dutch player, Johan. Left of your screen is Patrick, new arrival at the table. On the very right of your screen is the player from Belarus. It's Vladimir, who is the shorty. He's sitting around 11 big blinds. Well, it's going to be less because this line level coming to an end, just a couple of minutes. And look at that, seat 1, 2, 3, all empty. And you can see Patrick in seat 5. He took the seat of David Savoca, who was bust out when he flopped top 2. But his opponent flopped the straight. That was the end of David. Now, Vladimir folds. And we're looking at Fazula, who's full of action. Fazula. 9-5 is binned, but the A7 has opened. But a fake is going to continue with the 9s. Fazula opened Ace-7 in the hijack, and now in the big blind position is Afik. Well, there's the 3-bet from the big stack, Afik Navon. He makes it 375, and Fazula, I think this is end of hand for Fazula. Ace-7 offsuit. He just hates folding, you can tell, Fazula. You could see him with the 9-8 of hearts when we had the aces versus queens. Patrick versus Mario. And he just did not like folding the 9-high. And you can see him here struggling to let go of the Ace-7 off. I mean, I absolutely hate a call here. Now, 4-bet, that's a different story. This hand, it was block. A lot of premiums. And it would be an interesting choice if he was to continue, turn his hand into a bluff. Fazula. Ace-7 offsuit. Facing a 3-bet. He's in the tank quite a while here. And the clock will be called, no doubt. This is a huge amount of time. A7 for Fazula. And it's an interesting choice. He's decided to call with the A7. He does have position. He misses. King high board, not the worst Flop for nines. Afik first to speak. Pocket nines. 790k in the pot. Fazula with just a pot size bet behind. Afik's going to continue. Wow, this is incredible. Has Fazula found a way to win this pot? Afik, hating love, hating life. Now this is incredible. Pure aggression, stubbornness, commitment, ambition. Fazula just will not give up. Absolutely none of this. He's a mile behind here. And Afik, convinced he's behind here. Okay, so what hands would shove that he's beating? You would think maybe ace 8. It's the only hand really I can think of. And ace 8 probably more likely just to flat call. This is very difficult. I mean, the only thing you're beating here is a bluff. New arrival on the table. This is going to get through this bet. Afik, Navon, and you can see the pain he's in. He's just hating this. 1.3 million. Well, I like the fact he's asking how much it is. Well, he's trying to find out more information. I mean, Fazula has pulled the trigger for the lot. I mean, this guy just doesn't care, does he? And this would actually, this pot would put Fazula to the top of the chip count chart for this table. Afik's done with this hand, I think. I think this, I mean, there's no, I mean, it's only a bluff he's beating, nothing else. And it's hard to put Fazula on a bluff, it really is. Incredible. Fazula gets rewarded. Takes the pot down, and Afik is not going to be happy when the news is fed back to him that this guy has completely mugged him. Right hand side of your screen, Alexander Sazonov, the Russian, very experienced. And then the very left hand side of your screen, Well, that was Uladzimir, the short stack. That's the player position there. You can see Sazonov, seat 9. A couple of new arrivals. We have an Italian, Dario, seat 2, 1.9 million. And Patrick posting big blind here, Johan. Well, actually, Johan's the chip leader, 2.7 million. It's folded around to the Russian Sazonov. Blinds will be increased after this hand. So, Afik, King Jack suited. Let's rip. Alexander getting it shoved back into his face. And now he has to let go. Ace 3 offsuit. And that'll leave Alexander Sazonov with just about 12.5 bigs for this new blind level that the dealer is just about to announce. 25,000, 50,000. Pocket jacks for the short stack. He's moved in, and look who's picked up a pair. Fazula. And he don't like folding, but he lets it go on this occasion. These small pairs, you want to get your money in first. Andreas Reg here in the resort, seat 1. Andreas folding. Dustin, 2.4 million. With the ace 10, he lets that go. And Afik, king 3, small blind, no interest, Patrick. And just Johan now in the big blind. Jack 8, that'll be binned also. $125k profit for Uladzimir, the short stack. Gets his stack up to 11.5 bigs. So, short stack takes that one down. Gets himself a little bit of breathing space. Still short though, 11 bigs. Under the gun, Fazula. Blinds 25,000, 50,000. Any viewers just tuning in, you're watching a live broadcast from King's Resort. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Monster Stack event. We're smack bang in the middle of this 15 gold ring festival, and we're watching Dario just arrived at the table, so a lot more chips now on this table. Stack's a lot healthier, and all up the money, 1,672 now. Dario makes it 100k. I thought I saw pocket jacks there. Perhaps it was the big blind Uladzimir with the jacks. Well, he's the deuces. So, action with the short stack, small pair, 100k. He's very close to letting rip here. Is it enough to get his opponent off the hand? That's what he's trying to figure out. What kind of hands would fold to him? Looks at the dealer, looks at the clock. This is close. Pocket deuces. Decides to set mine. Hits his 2, he is golden. Well, 2 pair for his opponent. And Czech, I think the Italian, will certainly continue, given how wet that board is. Several draws. He makes it super small. But Vladimir, absolutely none of it, makes the fold. That is Dario Quattrucci, new arrival on the table, and you can see him opening there with his suited king. Flops 2 pair. Dario takes down the pot. See Andreas bottom left of your screen and the army top. A lot of regs here on this table, and this guy probably with the most experience, Alexander, folding the small pair in early position. Now Andreas playing 800k, folding around to Dustin with A6, no interest. Dustin with 2.4 million, Afik 2.6 million, Ace7. I'm surprised he didn't open there in the hijack with A7, but Patrick will be opening, no doubt, with Jack 10 suited. Patrick makes it 115, it looks like. Lines are 25.50. Johan on the dealer button here with the 9-8, he folds just the blinds to contend with, and small blind short stack is Vladimir with just 400,000 behind, which is 8 big blinds, and in the big blind position is Fezula with a suited king, also of the diamond variety, and he'll certainly want to peel a flop. And well, this is so sick. I mean, it is absolutely brutal, and we're going to see blood. Patrick Callas is absolutely buzzing. He's thinking to himself, wow, I'm running hot today. Sat down first hand on this table, aces, queens, pay him off. He's thinking to himself, I am going to have a decent run at this tournament, in the money already. Opens with Jack 10 suited, flops the flush, and I mean, it's just sick, because the player in the big blind position has flopped the bigger flush, and Fezula is, well, he's min clicked. This is super dangerous. Patrick popping built up straight away. There's a raise in the flop, 700 plus in the pot. Just a 2x pot size bet for Patrick behind. Black 9. I mean, another diamond might have saved Patrick, but I think this card, you're going to see money go in. Look at this. You're going to see a check raise, Fezula checking, and Patrick, he's going to fall for this. There's no doubt in my mind Patrick's going to fire here. It's all going in. 250. The only thing that can beat Fazula's hand is this straight flush, the 2-4 diamonds, which is not reasonable to expect in Patrick's holding. So Fazula 100% confident. And there's the check raise. That's going to put Patrick more or less all in, I think. And Patrick, I mean, brutal. No escape. Goes in. There's no doubt in my mind. I put my money in here. All day, every day. Twice on Sundays. Fazula has coolered Patrick Callis. It's just a matter of time. There's the call on the backs. And you can see 100% for Fazula. I mean, it's not often you're drawing dead on the flop in this game, but that was the situation. For Patrick, he was dead to a chop. Running perfect. Perfect was the only thing that could have helped him. At 6, he's just walking away, kind of shell-shocked. I mean, that's just horrible stuff. Elimination for Patrick Callis. Jack 10 of diamonds. Opened. Flops a flush, and the player on the big blind, Fazula, who's been all action. He really has been just the action player since we started this stream. And he gets awarded a 4.2 million pot, I believe, with the average stack around the 2 million mark. And that is tournament poker. I mean, it's just, it's tough. Tough game, really is. Grind away for 2 days. You play, pretty good from what we've seen of Patrick. He was playing pretty perfect. No mistakes. Started picking up hands. Getting a stack together. Flops the flush. It's brutal. Runs into the bigger flush. And that's it. He's up in the cage. He will get paid. He'll receive, I believe, 1,672, because we're down to like 68 players or whatever. So he's more than 3x his buy-in, but when you get so deep, I mean, 1,340 players, and it's down to just like 60 odd players. Your ambitions start to grow. You start eyeing up that final day table. But fortunately, not going to happen for Patrick, but I tell you one thing, this guy, Fazula, I mean, he's just super aggressive. Dario Quadrucci under the gun with the ace-queen suited. Featured Dario a few times in our stream. Hugely experienced Dario. Min raise here from a 2.1 million stack with the ace-queen of hearts. And fold it right around to Andreas, who's sitting on about 14 bigs behind in the big blind position. No interest from Andreas. Should I say Andreas? German player is short stacked. Lets it go. Dario Podrici takes down the blinds. He'll post big blind. And you can see Fazula 4.3 million. Now, short stack all in, 8 big blinds over the line. Dustin folded under the gun. It's been folded right around to Uladzimir. Look at this. He's running to kings. Fazula with the Cowboys. Uladzimir is suited. Does have that overcard. So he'll have a little bit of more equity than you'd imagine. He's about like 28% here with the ace-9 suited versus the kings. Dario Quadrici will be folding 10-4 in the big blind. So you'll see these percentages adjusted. Now that is incredible that Uladzimir is 39%. I mean, that's just incredible. I would never have thought that. Ace-9 suited versus the kings. That's really amazing, 39%. And he's flopped a pair, so he has the trip draw, 2-pair draw, backdoor diamonds. And it's over. King of the turn just extinguishes any hope left for the player from Belarus. He was eliminated here. Fazula on a heater. Cowboys. Takes down the pot. Now, Johan with the Queen Jack suited. Makes it 115,000. Folded around to Andreas on the button. One of the short stacks here. He's going to be letting this one go. King 3. And now Dario in the small blind position. This is Dustin, Queen 10 suited. You would think he would defend. He's asking what kind of stack he's up against. Johan chose him. You're going to see Dustin put in the additional 65k. Problems for Dustin. He's a piece of this. Does have the backdoor diamonds, but that 3 of hearts on the turn. No benefit to Dustin, who does have kicker issues here. 275,000 turn bet after a continuation on the flop from Johan. With the same pair but superior kicker, Dustin will feel his trip draw is good. 2-pair draw. A queen could be good here. Johan getting paid here. He'll probably put the handbrake on after getting called twice. Won't go for value again. Could be up against the weak ace. Dustin checks, Johan checks back, and then Dustin taps the table. Very decent pot though, 615,000 profit for the Belgian player. I mean, we've had 6 bust outs on this feature table in like just pretty much 70 minutes. There is the player position. We had David Savuka busted out with the Dutch player Robin Hink, Mario Heisman. Then we had Patrick, who replaced David. He was busto, and then we had Uladzimir just recently. We will get a new player to fill that seat. So the average stack on this table, when you have these bust outs on your table, and the tables are balanced, you'll have new players arriving in. They're bringing in new stacks, so the average stack has really increased on this table, but it was below par definitely, where there was a lot of short stacks on the table. Average is about 2.1 million. I think we've about 64 players, all guaranteed, €1,672, and we're looking at Fazula opening here with the King 8 suited, and Andreas first hand. We have seen him show interest. Ace Jack lets rip, rightly so. Put off open from the, well, sorry, Andreas was in the cutoff. So was it early enough open from the big stack on the table, Fazula? Andreas gets that down, button moves. Seat 1 and 2, Andreas. Seat 2 is Dario. Johan, 9-8 off, folds now. Fazula will be opening again. Makes it 100,000. Min raise with King Queen. Folded around to Andreas, who's going to fold the Jack 5 offsuit. And then we move to the Italian Dario Quadrucci, who folds Dustin. That was painful losing that pot against the Belgian player when both of them flopped a pair. And now King 10 for Afik, who won a monster hand with King 10 earlier on our stream when he flopped a straight versus Ace Queen. Came Ace Queen Jack. Now another Italian, Carlo Savinelli, in the big blind with the Jack 7, and Carlo is super short, sub 10 bigs, 50k. He's 9 bigs behind. He puts in the 50k. He's getting a really decent price, so I'm all for value, and I don't mind this call whatsoever. He completely misses, so we're not going to see him continue, but we're going to see a big pop between Afik and Fazula. We've seen these guys clash before, and Fazula, like, he picked Afik's pocket earlier on, but you get the feeling this could be revenge for Afik, who's outflopped his opponent. Fazula, top pair, pretty much the maximum kicker. Would have heard from Ace King pre. So King Queen for Fazula, who will feel he is in total control here. Four in the turn. That shouldn't really change things. Not many fours in either player's range, given that Fazula opened from under the gun +1 and the small blind came in, but both of them, incredible, both of them checked that turn. But there'll be no checking on the river here. Afik, well, he's lost a ton of value here. He's played this very trappy, but Fazula didn't fall for it. That check back surprised me from Fazula. Surprised Afik as well. And we're just going to see a bet and a call. Could have been a lot bigger, a lot messier. And you can hear Afik going payback. But that could have been a lot bigger, I think. That 10 on the river certainly coming to the aid of Fazula. Right hand side, that's Alexander Sazonov. Very quiet. Pretty much shackled with his chip stack. You can see him there down to 10 bigs. But Savinelli sitting on 8 big blinds. Fazula still on top with 80 bigs. And this is Fazula folding. The Russian lets go of his hand. And now in seat 1, Andreas. Any viewers just tuning in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Monster event. This is one of 15 gold rings being awarded throughout this super festival. 3 million plus in guarantees. And on the button here you see Afik Nabon. One of the bigger stacks on the table. Ace Jack on the button. Makes it 110,000 blinds or 25,050. Johan, suited ace. I can't see too many reasons to 3-bet here. I think a flat call for Johan de Klerk. Puts in the additional 60,000. We're going to go and see a flop, and it's 5-8-8. Johan's going to check, and I can see a check back here from Afik. He just doesn't want to get check raised here on this board. He can't do anything. Well, he puts in a small continuation bet to find out where he's at. Johan going nowhere just yet. Ace high good here many times, and that call on the flop will be a cause for concern for Afik, who checks back on the turn. And now 3 on the river. Johan just trying to figure out, is ace high good here? Or does he have to fire? What's he beating? King Jack, weaker aces. Ace high announces Johan, but Afik with the superior kicker takes down a significant pot, 455,000, and that brings him to 3.6 million. The Israeli back up on top. So 1,340 entries for this 500 plus 50 buy-in. 663,500 is the prize pool, and there's going to be well over 100,000 euro awarded to first place. This is the action player here, sent to your screen, but it's the Russian deck first. He folds them now. In seat 1, you can see in the army top with the American flag is Andreas, who's sitting on about 9 bigs. The Italian Dario folds. Now this is Dustin, 1.7 million, ace 5 hijack. Min raise from Dustin. And Carlo Savanelli, 3-bet rip. Johan showing interest, but this is a snap fold in my opinion. Can't be calling here with the small pair. Yeah, get your money in first by all means, but this kind of situation, an open 3-bet, no chance. Johan should be considering continuing with pocket threes. He folds, and Fazula, King 9 suited, gets out of the way. And Dustin compelled to call, priced in, it's in the money. Now, on some occasions here you see a chop pot. Dustin can always hit his 5, can hit it straight. Well, there you have it. Nice life. Coming from behind, getting there, but the resuck, Carlo Savanelli, now hits his 8. 1-5 left in the deck for Dustin to hit. Carlo to avoid, and he does avoid it, and Carlo Savanelli gets a double up, but it wasn't plain sailing for the Italian, who had a sweat. The German connecting on the flop, but then the resuck from Carlos Savanelli gets his double. Average stack over 2 million, about 2.1. 60 players left in the mix. All of these guys have locked up €1,672, just a little over 3 times their initial stake. This is day 2. I'd say about halfway through this tournament. A lot of play left. Of course, we have still 3 or 4 levels tonight. And then we have tomorrow, of course. Andreas with the King Jack suited makes it 110,000. Looks super strong here under the gun open from the short stack. Close to the minimum raise. Snap fold with the ace 5, and Fazula here with deuces in the small blind position. He's going to try and make a set. The Russian gets out of the way. And we're going to go to a flop open-ender for Andreas. Fazula still in the lead with the deuces, but he's half the deck to avoid here. And it goes check, check. 6 on the turn, deuces in the lead. Ace-9, King-Jack is what Andreas needs to hit. Fazula checks, turn. Andreas, I thought he would have continued on that flop, but he's happy to check back, and we're going to see Fazula win this pot. That 5 in the river, that is not a card that Andreas can bet. That 5 makes it straight. King high for Andreas. Checks back. Fazula. Well, this is a significant pot if you're Andreas. 15 bigs behind, 6 bigs out there. Seat 1, 15 big blinds for Andreas. And I think blinds due to increase. Just a couple of moments. You can see desperate times for Sazonov, 8 bigs. There's the chip count chart. Sazonov down at the bottom of that. And look at this, 4.2 million. Fazula. Stereo who folds and takes a walk around. Afik folds, Carlo, Savinelli, 17 big blind stack. But of course this level due to expire very soon, and blinds will increase to 30,000, 60,000. That will apply even more pressure to the likes of Sazonov and Savinelli. So blinds are 25,000, 50,000, and Dario Quadrucci in the big blind position, Andreas small blind. Under the gun here, the German straight in the middle of your screen. That is Dustin. Pocket tens, and that's good enough to open for sure. 1.4 million stack. Average is just over 2 million. 41, 42 bigs is the average stack. Dustin makes it 115, and Afik, well, he likes to 3-bet with these kind of hands. Ace Queen. Under the gun open. Problem I can see with a 3-bet here straight away is position. It's so early. So many players still to act. But he doesn't want a flat call. Induce some of these drawing hands. And the blinds to be calling Ace Jack straight in the bin from Fazula, and now it's folded. Well, it wasn't for Ace Jack. Not sure who the Ace Jack, but I didn't see it get fold. Blinds fold, action back with Dustin. He's going to go with this, I think. 265. Well, it's deep enough to just flat call, leave himself with about 18, 19 big blinds behind. See a flop, reassess the situation. Interesting scenario here. Under the gun, pocket tens. What do you do here? You get 3-bet from under the gun +1. There's definitely a case for folding. Still got like 25 bigs. Pretty dicey scenario. You can run into it here. Then again, the tens are strong, but he does fold. I can understand the thinking from Dustin. An affix line there. Quite aggressive, but pays off. Just comes off as super strength at under the gun +1 3-bet. So what's happening here? Folded around to Fazula, it looks like, in the hijack, and now the short stack. 7 bigs for the Russian. Desperate situation, really. And blinds are going to be going up very soon. This is Andreas. He's going to be shipping here on the button. Ace 10. 15 bigs. So Dario folds in the small blind. We knew Andreas was going to open with the ace 10. It was just a question of how much. Dustin, king 8. Interesting scenario. He's suited. King high can be good here sometimes versus a button open. So he decides, yeah, let's put in the 60,000. See a flop, reassess the whole situation, and well, that's pretty decent. Now, this could be a situation where donk lead could be the order of the day, but Dustin decides to check Andreas. Well, we've seen him play very passive with his king jack when he flopped the open ender. And again now with the 2 overs, he checks back, and Dustin's going to go for it here, surely. He's got all the 4s in his range. He's the big blind defender in that board, certainly favouring him more than the pre-flop opener, who's more likely to have the bigger cards in his range. So Dustin picks up chips, leads out. Andreas, 2 overs, but he could be dead. Not out of the question for his opponent in the big blind to have hit a 4 here. Andreas makes the call. He's 2-1 favourite here. And now a 5 on the river, 4 cards to the straight, paired board. Dustin, king high. Dustin has to go for this. He really does. In my opinion, this is a really interesting spot here. Dustin looking at his chip stack, a bit of a tell. And here we go. 330,000 it looks like. Now, this will be interesting. Andreas thinking, is my ace high good here? Well, this, if he figures this one out, this would be hugely impressive. Andreas, he's sniffing something out here. He's thinking to himself, Andreas. Well, he fired on the paired board. And then the 4 cards to the straight, he fired again. Well, this would be just so impressive. Andreas could conjure up a call here. It's pretty much for his tournament, ready to call and be wrong. He's just going to be left with a couple of blinds. Folds, and Dustin scoops a very significant pot here. So there's the instruction from the dealer. New blind level. Blinds 30,000, 60,000 and 60,000 big blind ante. So 150,000 out there pre-flop. This is a 45-minute clock. We have about 58 players remaining, all guaranteed that €1,672. And this is a new arrival at the table, playing average stack. Radix. Vizilla folds and he short stack the Russian seat 9 folds, and then seat 1, 2 out of the way, and Dustin in the small blind gives a walk to Afik in the big blind, and Afik of close to 4 million, average is about 2.2 million average stack is. The starting stack for this 100,000. It is billed as the monster stack. Really good structure. 40 minutes day 1, 45 minute day 2, and then we go to an hour clock tomorrow. So plenty of play. Really is quality event, and that's why it's so well attended. Always a huge subscription for this monster stack. This is Radic with the big slick 2.1 million. 60k is the big blind, so we're going to see an open here to about 125,000 from the player who just sat down. Big slick 125. And now Dustin with the Jack 10 suited on the button. Nice position, nice hand, but just too high risk to get involved. Afik's going to fold the 9-4 offsuit, and we move to the short stack, the Italian Carlo Savinelli. Ace Queen, well, it's over, I think, for Carlo. I mean, 12 bigs behind, Ace Queen suited. Carlo Savinelli, this is the one hand you do not want to have versus the Ace King. I think it's pretty standard 3-bet shove and a snap from Radix with the big slick 1.7 million pot. Of course, Radix still has 1.3 million behind. Carlo Savinelli with the suited Ace Queen. Ace 9, 6, 2 spades. Radek has a spade. There's been a queen folded, but there's still 2 out there. 5 of hearts on the turn. Down to the river. 2 outs for Carlo. Can he hit one of them? No, he can't, is the answer. He's gone bust. I mean, it's pretty standard, I think. Ace Queen suited, I 3-bet there. The one hand he didn't want to see, the Ace King. Gets snap called, and Radix up to 50 bigs, 3 million. Afik, 3.8 million, still up on top of that chart is Fazula at the 4.2 million, and look at Alexander Sassanov. 6 big blinds. Andreas with 8 bigs, and Dustin 1.5 million, 25 bigs. Dario Patrucci sitting on about average stack, which is close to 35. 35 bigs is about average, 2.2 million. Johan there, pretty comfortable on 2.9 million. Now, Sazonov has to make a move. 6 bigs, looks down at King Jack. Of course, he's going to shove there very wide, given that he's going to be posting a third of his stack blind. So this could get called light, and Afik will be tempted with an ace versus a 6 big blind shove under the gun. Johan, King Deuce offsuit. This will be folded. Well, I'm surprised. We got a call, I think. Well, great situation for Alexander Sazonov. He's got a hand here that he's in brilliant shape against. Diamond on the river, but unfortunately Johan's equity still the same after the flop, and now there's a chop pot potential, but a couple of Johan's outs are dead. It's a flush draw board. Sazonov gets the double 9 of clubs on the river. Jack plays. Well, it was just 6 bigs, and Johanna had a king. I didn't expect to call, I'll be honest, but great situation for the Russian. But this is a guy you do not want to give chips to. He's one of the most experienced on this table. He's about 300,000 in tournament earnings. A reg on the tournament circuit. Now, Fazula, chip leader on the table, under the gun, big slick. Opens. Russian gets out of the way. Andreas will fold the Queen 7 suited. And now Dario Quattrucci folds the Jack Deuce. This is Dustin. 10-7 won't be of any interest to the German. And Afik will fold the 4-3 offsuit. So just the blinds here. Small blind, Johan. King 10 offsuit. No interest in Radek. 2.9 million stack. So Sazonov folded under the gun to Jack 10, but Andreas will be opening here with the Ace Jack. I think it's all in here. Ace Jack, 9 big blinds. Andreas moves in, Ace Jack. This is Dario Quattrucci folding the King 6 off. Dustin will fold the Ace 5, and action will move to the Israeli Afik Navon, who folds the Queen Jack. Johan button, Ace 8, not good enough. This will go into the dustbin, I'm sure. Johan just getting confirmation exactly how big that shove is. It's 520,000. So it's 9 big blinds and fold it right around to Fazula, who likes to punt. Fazula, believe you me, he does like to gamble, but this is just a little bit of a stretch too far. He folds the Jack 10, and if he could see the situation, he'd be delighted with himself. Andreas had him absolutely crushed. Andreas takes down the pot break, gets his stack up to 11 bigs, but button is moving around. He's under the gun here, this next hand. And the Russian Alexander Sazonov will be posting big blind ante, both equivalent to 60,000. So first to speak, seat 1 in both seat 8, seat 9. To the right of the dealer is the short stack. And we have the other shorty, Andreas, who you see here on the screen. 11 big blinds to the left of the dealer, right in the center of our screen. He's going to fold the 10 deuce. And action now with the Italian Dario, who looks interested. Well, I don't know why he is, because he's playing 6-3 offsuit in an early position. It's interesting, given he's like I mean, he's no more than average stack. In fact, he's under average stack. 6-3 offsuit. Dario Quadrucci trying to establish some order here in the table with absolute air. Takes down the blinds and ante. That's pretty risky given that the very short stacked Alexander Sazonov was in the big blind. I mean, what happens there when the real short stack comes over the top and shoves? And like you're totally priced in, but you look back down at 6-3 off. I mean, it just doesn't get more brutal than that. Now, legitimate opening hand here for the Italian Dario Quadrucci with the ace queen suited. He makes it 125,000 blinds, 30,000, 60,000. Folded around to the chip leader on this table on the button, who folds the ace 6 off, and Sazonov with 11 bigs behind folds out. Andreas getting a big price here. Queen 8. Decides not to fold. Dario showing the 8 queen suited just to let his opponents know that he always raises with a legitimate hand in that situation. This is day 2 of the Monster Stack. We're basically smack bang in the middle of the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival here in Kings Resort. And this festival goes on for 2.5 weeks with, 3 weeks in fact, of poker with 3 million plus guaranteed, 15 gold rings. And of course, the winner of this will receive 6 figures plus a gold World Series of Poker circuit ring. Believe me, highly sought after. This is Johan from Belgium. 2.5 million stack, averages 2.2. Pocket nines. He makes it 135,000. And it's folded to the chip leader, who looks interested. That's Fazula from Turkey. Radek has folded the Jack 8 offsuit. So we're looking at Fazula with the Ace 10 who makes the call, and now Andreas Ace Jack. It's all in, surely. Open, flat, Ace Jack. Well, I think I go with this. Right, so he's 520,000, which is 9 bigs. There's 420 out there. So there's some occasions he gets this through. The early position open, just has to fold. Given that there's still a player to act. Player still to act here is Fazula. I mean, ideally, Andreas would want both of his opponents to fold here. Should he shove, he'd just take down the 420. That is just really good business. But I'm not so sure would he get 2 to fold. Probably tough on Johan here with the 9s. There's the all-in as expected. And Dario Quadrucci in the big blind will just get out of the way. It's going to be an interesting situation for Johan. I think he snaps this where he closing the action, no one else in the pot on their backs. But that's not the situation There is a player to his left, and that player does have him covered. So these are all factors that are going through Johan's mind. Well, certainly should be. I'm not sure. This is just not that straightforward. Fazula just flat at the original open. And Johan decides to flat call. Fazula was getting a huge price, but he figured ace 10 not performing well here, and he's right. It's a flip. Andreas with the ace jack and Johan with the pocket nines. Andreas all in for his tournament life. Johan has him well covered. This is a sizable pot though, 1.4 million. And nines are good on this board. There's a couple of jacks folded. We did see the ace being binned by Fazula. He folded ace 10. So just a couple of aces and one jack, just 3 outs for Andreas. It's not a good situation. Nines hold. Andreas missed everything. Johan continues to run good. Nines hold. Well, he made this strong call there. That took a lot of strength of character to make that call with the nines. I mean, he could have folded that. If he did, I think Fazula calls, and then it's a completely different scenario for Andreas. He gets the one hand that he's absolutely dominating in the pot against him, and the hand he's flipping against, well, the hand that ultimately knocked him out, the pocket nines. But he was hoping for a fold prey. So another bust out. So we have 2 empty seats on our feature table. Now, Johan, ace jack. His turn to play ace of spades, jack of hearts. Blinds are 30,000, 60,000. Player from Belgium just taking his time. Snap fold from the local player, Radix. Chip leader folds, short stack. Russian Sazonov folds, and now action has moved around to the Italian who looks interested. This is Dario. In the small blind position, you can see he's posted a blue chip worth 25,000 and the orange chip worth 5k. That's 30,000 he's posted. He's taking that back. Well, that's a little bit of a tell. An indication that he's going to be putting in chips. How many? I do not know. Did he announce raise? Well, he certainly did. And the reason he did is he looks down at big slick, ace king. Snap fold from Dustin. So action back with Johan. Dustin got out of the way there with the queen 8 of diamonds, and Johan just flashes the ace jack and says, look, I'll give you a bit of respect. And Dario Quadrucci says, you know what, you're a nice guy. That's my minimum 3-betting hand. Ace king, there you go. Both players seem happy with that outcome. Dario takes down the pot, and Johan escaped pretty much undamaged. So button moves. Dario Quadrucci on the button now, and posting small blind is Dustin. Big blind is Afik. Under the gun is Johan, who you see here in the center of your screen, and 6-5 offsuit will certainly win the dustbin, but Radix with the pocket eights will be opening. We're just seven-handed here in our feature table. We have had a ton of bust outs on this stream so far. We're not even 2 hours in the stream, and we've had 6 or 7 bust outs from this table. So Afik in the big blind with King Jack, for sure he's going to continue here. I think just a call here is the order of the day. Pocket eights, Radix, not long on the table, but he looks to be pretty solid, this guy Radix. That's a good shot, 2 overs for Afik. Radix still in the lead with the pocket eights, but you can see the equity here. So close, Afik, also with the backdoor hearts, and well, that Jack of Hearts just catapults him into a very commanding lead. It's an interesting card. Radix with the open ender, Afik with the good shot, top pair, flush draw. So, I mean, it's interesting. Radix, a lot of cards could get him in trouble here. A heart, one of them, queen. Seven would give him a straight, and of course his set will be good also. Not good. Flush for both players. And they check it down. Interesting. Afik. King high flush. Radix lost. Pretty big one there. And now Afik on top of that chart. Along with Fazula. Both these guys sitting on about 4.3 million. Average stack is about 2.3 million. 2.4 perhaps. And about 54 players remaining. All of these players guaranteed 1,672, but we're on a money jump. Now, Dario Quattrici cut off 10-6 suited, plenty big for the Italian to open. Blinds 30,000, 60,000. 130 is the price. Dustin, pocket deuces on the button. Awkward to play these small pairs. Pocket twos for Dustin on the button versus a cut-off open from Dario Quattrici, and he 3-bet shoves. Now this will work as long as the blinds don't run into a big hand, as long as the blinds don't wake up in a big hand. And Johan, the King Jack, I mean, this just automatically should be in the bin. So Dario, nothing he can do with 10 high, so this 3-bet rip from Dustin gets the job done. And look at Dustin, he's just not wanting action. And Dario is like trying to give off the impression that he has big holdings here and he might take a flip with him, but there's no chance Dario's gonna put another dime in this pot. The Italian Quattrucci folds the 10-6, and Dustin, the German, that 3-bet rip, put the whole lot in, gets the job done. So blinds 30,000, 60,000. This is the big stack folding, and now this is the short stack. Who you see in seat 9, Alexander Sassanov, 11 bigs. He folds. Dario Quattrucci folds, and back to Dustin here, who will open in the cutoff. Ace 10 suited. The German will make it about 125,000. Ace 10 of diamonds. Looks like 130. 130,000. Afik with the Queen 10 on the button, offsuit. Afik folds, but Johan interested. Ace 9 suited versus a cut-off open from someone pretty active. Dustin involved in quite a lot. Johan decides to continue. Incredible. Another ace here in the blinds. Ace 6. Well, the weakest ace has decided to 3-bet, trying to squeeze out Dustin here, who opened and then got flattered by Radix. Sorry, got flattered by Johan, and now Radix 3-bets. This is a tough spot. Pressure for Dustin. Gets the job done. Nice move from Radix. Gets the ace 10 of diamonds to fold. And the weakest hand here, taking advantage of the situation. Cut off open. Small blind flats. Big blind 3-bets. Now action with Johan. Ace 9 looks like he's losing interest. Nice play there from the Czech regular here. You can just see experience. Takes advantage of the opportunity. Gets two of the better hands to fold out to him. The button moves, change of dealer. If you've just tuned in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Monster Stack live from Kings. You can see the 3 million guaranteed in this festival advertisement in the background. And now the graphic for the players and the chip count of each of these players. This is just the players on the feature table, of course. There's approximately, well, according to the clock, there's 53 players left here in this gold ring number 7 event. All of these players now guaranteed close to €2,000. So they've actually quadrupled their original buy-in. But I mean, they've outlasted almost 1,300 players, so you would think their target is to go deeper, obviously, but that final day, final table, I think that's what's on these guys' mind. This is Johan folding the suited king. Radix is going to fold the 9-5 offsuit, I'm sure, in the small blind. And Dustin with the open and the hijack with the king 9 was just the big blind to get through. But this guy is super tricky. Fazula. He is quite creative, this guy. Very unpredictable. Jack 8-8 flush draw for Dustin. Didn't see Fazula's hand. But this is the kind of board I think Dustin's going to continue. And if he gets action, well, he does have the backup. Of the flush, potential flush. Now, Dustin leads out for 125,000. It's small. It's super small. And Fazula with the same hand, but no draw. King 9 of diamonds, no diamond on board. Decides to let it go, and Dustin takes it down 1.7 million now. So the guaranteed prize pool of 500,000 was well exceeded. In the prize pool now is 663,500. And a new player, familiar face, Reg from the resort. Don't have the exact details of who this is, but it will appear on our screen. And it looks like that is a decent stack. 1, 2, 3. Wow. 4. I think that's about 5 million. I could be wrong, but we will find out soon. And C1 also. New arrival. Now action with Afik Navon, King 10. It's worked out pretty well for him, this hand. 2 very sizable pots. He won with King 10 today. And he folds now. Action moves to, I would suspect, the chip leader. And he is, look at that, 5.5 million. And I'm very familiar with this guy, Romanian. Plays here in the resort quite a lot. We featured him a couple of times on our live stream. This is Radix button King Queen. 350,000. Well, sorry, what am I talking about? 3-bet. Afik open for 125. Well, this is extremely small sizing, but it gets the job done. Radix showing a lot of quality for me. Seems to have a real good understanding of what's happening here. Now, the big man here taking off his jacket. Keep an eye out for this guy. Definitely one to watch. From Romania. Playing 5.5 million. His fellow countrywoman took down the gold ring in the ladies event. That was Anna Maria. just the other night, Friday night. A lot of good things happening in the poker community in Romania. Cristi Grecu, 4 deuce offsuit in the dustbin. Johan folds, and now action with Fezula after Alex folds. This is short stack, it looked like. Did I see Alexander Sazonov put chips in? No, I didn't. He's folded his chip, he's folded his cards. It was Fazula who opened and gets awarded the pot. Blind level 30,000, 60,000. $50 players left. So average stack about 2.5 million. Not long to go before this level expires. This is Dustin, and this is a nice sight to see. Big slick suited, 130,000 open. Lines 30-60. Dustin makes it 130. Afik folds, and now Cristi. Big stack on the table. Ace Jack, we could have some action here. 5.5 million. This is a monster stack. It's double the average stack. Just 50 players remaining. He's average stack for final 3 tables. Cristi gets out 100k chips. So we're going to see a 3-bet. I think it's 360 from Cristi. Folded right around Jack in the dustbin. Not great news for Cristi. So small pair for Fazula, who's just going to fold, I'd imagine. And then the short stack, the Russian, another ace, folds, and Marek folds. So just Dario, the Italian in the big blind, folding out. Dustin faced with a 3-bet. Doesn't know anything about Cristi, you'd assume, given that he came from another table, but perhaps they played earlier. They could have played all day yesterday. They could have played in any number of starting flights. But Dustin, regardless of his knowledge of Cristi, he will understand that Ace King here is ahead quite often. A lot of hands that he can get to fold if he 4-bet shoves. So it does 4-bet. And Cristi well, he was asking for a count. Dealer went to count, and then he said it's okay. He just wants general idea. Well, in fairness, Cristi, not wasting time, just let's Dustin have it. Dustin wins a sizable pot. I mean, it's great. Take it down with a 4-bet. It's a great situation. $500,000 profit, no sweat. That's good business. And that is Dustin, the German player, sitting on 2.2 million average, about 2.5 million. And we're coming to the end of this particular level. Just another 2 or 3 minutes. I'm told we're going to have a short break, and then we're going to be back. Staying with this monster stack, there is another bracelet event happening at the moment in the resort. It's the 5-card PLO, and I'm told that got massive numbers. 113 entries in the 5-card PLO. Well over 100,000 prize pool. Now, Alexander Sassanov cut off, moves in. Sassanov is very short. And what they're doing here is pointing at the clock. They're saying, look, it's stall another minute. We all can go and break. No more hands. So Justin's having a bit of a laugh about that. Asked the dealer to make a count. 530, that's 470. King 10. For a quarter-year stack, I don't think so, Dustin. I really don't. It's like 23-24% of your remaining stack is just too much of a punt. So that's it. We are officially on a break. 12 minutes, I'm told. So back then, for the rest of this World Series of Poker Circuit Monster event, Gold Ring number 7, back soon.
You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker circuit. No limit hold'em monster stack. This is day 2. All of these players have locked up 2k for themselves. Just shy of 2k, €1,943. And you can see the graphic there displaying the chip counts. So short, Alexander Sazonov, 680,000 blinds. I believe now 40,000, 80,000. That's the World Series of Poker TD. You can see in the background there, just announcing to the players what the level is. We are about to restart. Now, this guy, Christy Greco, featured him last year in a couple of our streams. This is Johan. Empty seat is that of the chip leader, Fezula. That's the short stack, who moves all in, I think. No, it's Radek. And this guy knows a thing or two, Radek. Very experienced. I'm not sure what's going on there. Yeah, Alexander Sazonov is the player all in. So, 680,000. Blinds, I'm positive, are up. Are 40,000, 80,000. So 200k out there pre-flop. Sazonov. Takes one down. Johan says, let's start this stream again. Well, button has moved, and under the gun is Johan. Under the gun +1. Now this guy has been very impressive. He's taken advantage of situations. That's Marek, quality player Marek, seat 1, but he is short. Well, he's not actually. It's about 2.1 million there, it looks like. Chris DeGregku with the 10-6 of diamonds, chip leader on this table. Radix with the A7 flops, second pair, bottom pair for Christie. We're going to see money go in, I think, on this board. Check. Well, Radix checks back and goes behind, two pair now for Christie. Christie leads out 190,000. And this is going to get called, of course. Radix can be ahead here with his pair of sevens. If not, he does have a two-pair trip draw, and there it is on the river. Christie might feel two-pair good here. That's what he's trying to decide. Does he target Ace-Jack? 10 jack, 10 king, all these types of hands. He thinks he's good, you know, and he gets snapped off. Radix wins a big one. That is huge. Believe me, that is massive. That's the chip leader, Chris DeGrecu. Flopped a pair, turned 2 pair. His opponent also flopped a pair and then rivered a bigger 2 pair. About 47 players left in this World Series of Poker circuit monster stack. All of them have quadrupled their initial buy-in. Approximately 2k is the current payout level. There's 6 figures up top on this tournament, 500 plus 50 buy-in. Straight in your screen there is Dustin, the German. Super solid, pretty decent table we have here, I'll be honest with you. And we have a couple of wizards, seat 1 and seat 9 stand out. Very right there, the dealer, that is Alexander Sazonov. Then on the left you have Marek Sulk. Now, action with Radek. Well, this is great, isn't it? Aces. He just opened with A7 and he won a big pot. Now he picks up aces. The tables are being balanced. That's Andy Tillman. One of the best in the business, if not the best, believe me. Top quality TD. And a huge contributing factor to the slickness of these events. Of course, he fits in like a glove here in the resort. Now, aces. Is he going to get any action now from Christie? Johan's going to continue. 7-6. He is suited, connected. And this is the kind of hand that can certainly crack the aces. Johan making the decision. Of course, he's going to call. You can flop a pair, 2 pair, trips, quads, straight, flush. Everything is possible. Radek has smashed this flop. Top set. Does have that ace of diamonds also. Johan checks his gut shot. Might see a check back from Radek. Nah, he's going to bet out. A good shot to a bad straight. Johan. Wow. Now, how sick would the 1-outer? 3/8 were folded pre. 8 of spades in the bin. 8 of hearts gone. And diamonds has folded as well, I think. I don't know what's going on here. The 4 diamonds was rolled off and Johan bet it out. And now the 5 on the river. Johan, well, he's shut down. Radix with the blocker in his hand to the nuts. But top set. Has to go for value surely. But he's not going to get paid. Interesting. Check back. What's he afraid of? The flush. Interesting. Surprised he didn't go for value there, Radix. But I don't think he's, unless Johan was going to pull some kind of crazy check raise, but decent pot, 1.2 million awarded to the local player, 4.6 million average is close to 3 million. With about 46 players left in the mix. And he's going to chip up Radix. Let's make it a little easier for him to manage his stack. That's Marek, seat 1. He folds. Jack Deuce. Dario. Quadrucci. King 10. Now this is loose. King 10 offsuit. 2.2 million stack. Makes it 160,000 blinds, 40, 80. Dustin folds Afik with the 10-9 off. Christie, Queen 10 took a big hit against Radix. Turn 2 pair. Folds the Queen 10, now action with Johan. 2.3 million stack. You can see a lot of chips now on this table. With all the bust outs, we had several new arrivals, and all of these players joining, of course, bring a stack with them. I thought we seen the last of Fazula, but he was just getting chipped up, it looks like. Now, Jack 8 versus King 10. Radix defending in the big blind, and Dario Quadrucci pre-flop raiser, doesn't like that kind of board. He believes it favours the big blind defend, and of course Radix is going to lead out in this turn when flop is checked back to him from the pre-flop raiser. 7-7-6-3 board. I mean, it's just a horrible board for the pre-flop aggressor. And Dario Quadrucci just conceding that the big blind has range advantage here on this texture board. Button moves. Blinds posted will be 40,000 from Johan. Well, actually 40,000 from Radix and 80,000 already in Fazula. On the button is Johan. Under the gun is the short stack. And you can see bottom right of your screen, to right beside the dealer, Alexander Sasinov, the Russian. And that's Sasinov folding the ace 6. This is Marek Sulk, 2.1 million. King Jack off suit. We've featured Marek several times in our streams. 200k in live tournament earnings. Really super experienced Marek. 165 open here with King Jack off. Dustin folds, and Afik is going to be looking down at Queen 10 offsuit, and he'll let this go after he has a little think about things and life in general. Then he folds. Now action with the big man. Christie, 5-4 off, doesn't want to know about it, but Johan will be getting involved here with the queens on the button. Johan de Klerke, Belgian player, 2.3 million. Pocket queens. So 450 3-bet. Very reasonable sizing. For sure it's going to fold out all these mediocre hands in between before it gets back around to Marek Sulk, who now is thinking to himself, well, King Jack off. It just really does not perform too well versus a 3-bet. Decides not to continue. He's down to 2 million, Marek. $45 remain. Close to 3 million is the average. Snap fold from Marek. Dario gets out of the way. Dustin won't show too much interest with that hand, and Afik the same, 10-6 off. Now, Christie, I think he's going to open here. Folded around to him the hijack, Queen 10. He's got the chips, 4.3 million. Christie does open 160, which is the minimum. That's what it looks like. 165 in fact. Snap fold from Johan. Radek's out of the way, and Fazula has quietened down quite a lot. He's been the action player from the start of this stream. Sazonov, big blind, suited king. This would be a call, I expect. Alexander Sazonov with just 7 big blinds behind, and he's made a pair. I mean, I'd be very tempted just to let rip here. Bottom pair. Christie feels he must check back because of that Queen of Diamonds might become relevant. Now King in the turn. This would be a lovely check from Sazonov. He does check because a king is a kind of card that Christie could rep. Flop was checked, and now another check in the turn. Of course Christie's going to go for this. But he's super smart, this Christie guy. Believe me, he knows what's going on. So it's going to be very small sizing. But he's going to get jammed on, I think, 160. A third of the pot. Sazonov is just trying to figure out how he can get fully paid. He thinks just go with it. So likely, his shove is so small that Christie has to call any draw, any pair. But unfortunately, Christie doesn't have a draw. He doesn't have a pair. With just Queen High, he's just going to fold out. Quite likely he's drawing dead, and that is the situation. Nice check on the turn. Good recognition from Alexander Sazonov. The king of the turn had the discipline to check. I mean, always the possibility that your opponent checks back. I mean, it's just going to be like a punch in the stomach when he does, but way too often the pre-flop aggressor is going to pounce on a card like that when checked. Sazonov takes down a pretty decent pot considering the size of his hand. It's a huge addition to the size of his stack. Dario Quattrucci, the Italian with 7s under the gun. Well, interesting. This is going to be a 3-bet. 160 minimum raise from the Italian Dario Quadrici. And now Dustin, the German player. He's been super solid for me, this guy Dustin. He did make that fold with the 10s a little bit tight, but perfectly reasonable scenario. Opened under the gun +1, 3-bet him. He just didn't want to continue. But he will be continuing here with a 3-bet with the ace king, big slick, and going to be folded right around to the button. Now the blinds get out of the way. Marek in the big blind position folds the jack 6. So action is now back on Dario Quadrici. Pocket 7s. Under the gun open, 3-bet. It's close to a 4x. It's really nice sizing, but it does scream of ace king. But does Dario want to take a spin with pocket 7s? Could be up against a bigger pair, not out of the question. 9s, 10s, jacks, possibly premiums do this sizing. 7s really don't look so attractive, do they? And that's a good outcome for Dustin. A hand he's flipping against, he gets to fold. Takes down the pot pre-flop. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And Dario just saying to Dustin, you had the ace king, didn't you? And Dustin goes, yeah, of course I did. Buy-in here was 550, which, I mean, it's still small to medium kind of buy-in. But it does, usually these featured festivals, they're kind of like 250 to 300 buy-in. But you definitely can see a difference in the play, in my opinion. You can see most of these players for me are, I mean, they're just super comfortable with the decisions they're making. They kind of, you just get the feel they know exactly what they're about. This guy in particular, Radix, I'm loving his presence here on the feature table. Faizullah, well, he's been a breath of fresh air also. He's just been super aggressive, but has been kind of in his box as of late. He's been quiet. But look at this, ace 5, ace 3, ace 3. Marek, small blind, this should be just in the dustbin, in the small blind position, the queen 9 offsuit. Unless he's going to try and squeeze now, gets out of the way. Dario Quadrici in the big blind position with the 8-7, getting a massive price, 80,000, with over 500,000 out there. So he's going to put in that 80,000. Pot is 600k. King 10 king. I mean, nobody has anything here. First to bet wins. Radix. Well, versus two people, he decides too likely that one of these opponents has connected. Well, there's going to be action here now on the turn, because Radix and Fazula have made 2 pair. It's going to go check, bet, call, and then I think the river, depending on what the card is, just might go check, check. Both are like seriously concerned about their kickers. Well, they haven't proved to a 10 kicker with that pair of kings out there. But Fazula will be thinking he could be up against ace jack, ace queen. And Radix will be thinking the exact same thing. It's just going to go check, check on their backs, and they're going to be very slow to reveal their cards. Well, Radix gets on with it, and then Fazula opens his cards, and both players split the pot, 1.1 million, but really it's most of their own money, so just 140 profit for each of them. Radix top of the leaderboard, Afik 4 million, Christie sitting around the same 4 million, and Fazula. So not much really between the top 4. There's a decent amount of blinds on this table. Alexander Sassanov, he's been short for like the last 3 hours. He's been short stacked. So 15 bigs to him was like, it might seem pretty deep to him at this stage. And believe me, he is very experienced. He's about 300,000 in tournament earnings. He has a bunch of cashes in some bigger buy-in events. And definitely one of the most experienced players on this table. But there is a lot of talent there. Just 42 players remain. An average stack about 3.2 million. This is Christie, 7-2 off, and now Johan with the king 4 offsuit. These trash hands go into the bin, the 7-3, but Fazula folds the 9-8, but Alexander Sassanov cut off. Well, now he's coming out to play. He's got a little bit of wiggle room after winning that sizable pot against Christie. So he min raises here, and this looks pretty strong. I'll guarantee you this will get maximum respect. The frequency of inputting chips into the pot from this Russian player is extremely low, the lowest at the table, I would say. Quite understandably, given that he was sitting on 6 bigs for a couple of orbits, 6 and 8 bigs, and he'd win a big pot eventually against Christie. And now he's sitting on about 17.5 big blinds. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival here in Kings Resort. We're live broadcasting all the action, and we have this monster stack to bring you today and tomorrow. We're down to about 40 players here in the monster stack. Christie, how many times have we seen queens on this feature table today? Well, several. This time it's Christie. Well, twice we've seen them run into bigger pairs, kings and aces. Christie opens, makes it 260. Well, that's pretty big, is that right? 260, 3.5x under the gun. This seems quite big. Afik in the big blind position with king 10. Well, Christie gets a call. Neither player will be comfortable with an ace out there, but Afik does make a pair. He checks and Christie checks back, but look at this. Afik makes two pair, Christie with two blockers to the nuts. Could get messy. Could get very messy. Afik, well, he's checks, and Christie will think he can't really get check raised here too often. But this is one of the times that he might get check raised. Afik, two pair. Flop was checked. $155 just smooth called by Afik with two pairs, six of clubs. And it goes check, check, two pair wins, decent pot. Christie. Afik does a little celebration every time he wins a pot. Great to see. Enthusiasm and passion. Absolutely buzzing to be here, Afik. He's just filling in his fans on what the situation is. He's up near the top of that chip count chart. Christie now down to 3.5 million, which is closer to average. It's about 40 bigs as average stack. About 3.2 million. With 40 players remaining. I'm on a money bubble here. €200 a bit in the difference between 40th and 39th. That won't be a big concern. Alexander Sassanov, 1.4 million. Shove, I like it. Ace queen, don't mess around, get it in. Take down the blinds. Get your stack up to 20 bigs. That's what happens. Christie has an ace, but he's not interested. Sassanov, 20 big blinds now, which must feel like the comfort zone to the young Russian who's been nursing a small stack for several hours. Center your screen is Fazullah from Turkey. He has had some spin on this feature table. Went up to 5 million at one stage. But he's still up there, he's sitting on about 4 million. Blinds posted 40,000, 80,000. Now, fold it around to the button, pocket nines for Afik. Well, this looks really big. No, it's not. It's the minimum. I'm colorblind. So small blind gets out of the way, but Johan is in the big blind with Queen Jack. So he's going to peel a flop. We did see the Jack folded in the cutoff by Dustin. And it was Jack 9 in fact, but look at this. Johan goes ahead This is the kind of board that Afik will continue on. Seen him before, similar situation with nines. Very similar board. It was King XX. Check to him, he led. Got jammed that time. He was bluffed off the pot by Fezullah, who had absolutely none of it. So check and continuation here from Afik. I think Johan just makes smooth call here. Check that call. Six on the turn. Johan happy to check again here, I'm sure. Not out of the question he could be up against an overpair. Superior Jack. Well, he's actually going to lead. 260 from Johan. I'm calling here, I think, if I'm Afik. Jack, concerning, yeah. Straight is of concern, yeah. But too often my opponent is trying to steal this. Now, deuce on the river, 4 cards to the straight. Look at this. Johan firing again, 450. Afik. Well, boy, this is very expensive. Huge pot. $2.1 million. Afik losing $1 million there. I didn't think he would pay off that last bet. Sazonov is going to get knocked back here. Ace-10 offsuit. Marek's folded in seat 1, but seat 2, the Italian Dario Quadrucci with the Cowboys. And just goes the straightforward route of 3-betting all in. Which will be end of hand, no doubt. Sazonov snap folds the ace-10 off. Dario takes down the pot, gets his stack up to 2 million, average is about 3.3 million with 39 left. All of these players guaranteed €2,260. This was a 500 plus 50 buy-in. It's a World Series circuit event. Carries the gold ring. Of course, there's 6 figures up top in this $500,000 guaranteed tournament. The prize pool did swell to 663,500. All of these players, as mentioned, guaranteed 2,200. This is Dustin. 2.2 million, ace, 9 offsuit. Interesting, we had so many bust outs like early on, and now for the last level or two, we just everyone kind of settling in, digging deep. Nobody wanting to go bust. It's all about survival. This is Afik. Queen Jack suited, lost a big hand. I wouldn't really be too interested in getting involved here now with this hand, to be honest. But he's decided to 3-bet Dustin. I prefer a 3-bet to a flat call, but one of these guys wakes up with a hand. Could be in trouble, but it works perfectly. Dustin can't continue, and Afik takes down the pot, gets him well above average, 3.7 million for Afik. And you're watching the Kings live stream. Viewers just tuning in, live broadcast here. We're going to be streaming this event today and tomorrow. This event started with 1,340 players. We're down to just 39. Nothing happening for Marek. Dario folds and Dustin folds the Queen Jack off. This is Afik. 8-5 suited, 3.7 million stack. Christie in the hijack, not interested, but Johan might be with the ace deuce suited in the cutoff. Lines 40, 80, just a couple of minutes left in this level. Fazula. 7-6 off, and we see a 3-bet from Fazula, who's just recognizing the frequency of Fazula entering pots, decides to just put an end to this. 3-bets him, 440, 280 to call for Johan. Looks down at ace 2 and decides, you know what, I'm going to fold, and he shows the ace. Well, Fazula will feel pretty smug about that. 7 high, 3-bet, small blind position. Gets the Belgium to lay down the suited ace. Button moves small blind, the Russian there, you see in the right hand side, Alexander Sassanov. And then posting big blind will be Marek Sulk, and under the gun will be Dario Quadrucci, who you see there center of your screen. Dario snap folds. And folded around to Afik. It's out of the way. This is Christie, very solid this guy, Christie. Johan 10-6, no interest, but we're going to see interest from Radek. Czech player who's been thoroughly impressive. Ace King, big slick in the cutoff. Sassanov, well, he's thinking of pulling a move here. I'm not sure where the action is. Is it Sassanov or is it Fazula? No, it is Sassanov. King 3 offsuit. He's thinking of making a move, Sassanov. Late position open by very active player. He thinks a 3-bet jam here will get him to fold, but he decides against it, and it's a good outcome for him. He would have ran into it. He was getting snapped by Radek. Big blind Marek sulk. Jack 9, haven't seen anything from Marek. Open to a king jack off. Got knocked back into his box, so had to fold. He flops a good shot here, but top pair for Radek. Continuation for Radek. Continuation for Radek and Marek. Marek folds, Radek takes it down. 5 million he's hit. Blinds now increased, I believe. 50, 100, 50,000, 100,000. So Johan with the Queen Jack suited makes it 215. Dario. Big blind position. Makes the call with the 8-5. He's just 17 bigs behind. He misses. Johan, top pair. Johan, you would think will continue here. $350 it looks like. Into a 580 pot. No interest from Dario Quadrucci, and Johan takes that down. So 39 players, all guaranteed 2,260. Average stack is about 3.4 million. You can see how this has slowed up considerably. I mean, it was just fireworks at the start of this feature table. We had like 6 bust outs in an hour. An hour and 10 minutes we had 6 bust outs. But of course, with these bust outs, then you get new arrivals on the table and they bring in stacks. So the average stack is higher, more blinds on the table. Players are playing deeper with more play. Comes a lot more different. Way less all-ins. Players not looking to expose their stacks. Oh, look at this. Dario shoving in the small blind. Of course he does. Ace-10 suited. Marek opening on the button with the King-5, and well, everything he's tried, it just hasn't worked for Marek. every time he's opened, he's got it shoved back in his face, and what can he do? This new blind level is 50,000, 100,000. Our stacked is Christie. See him here directly opposite the dealer. Sporting some very high quality jewellery. Christie folds. Now action with Johan. 8-5 fold, Radek folds. Fizula folds. The Russian Sasanov folds. Marek not interested, Mario folds. Now Dustin, small blind, I think he's got to go for this. Queen 10 suited, 18 bigs. Perhaps just a little bit too deep to shove. So a couple of options here. Well, he decides shoving is the right move. 18 bigs. I would have thought it's a little bit big. He gets snapped off, but he's not going to be too disappointed when he sees the situations. Probably better than raise folding. Queen 10 suited versus sevens. Straight flip. Well, look at this. 63% for Dustin. That means there's a 7 in the dustbin. And, well, that's huge. 1 out now for Afik. This is huge. 4 in the turn. It's a 4 million pot. Massive moment. 7 of clubs. Can Afik hit the 1 outer? Oh boy. Oh, sick. Oh man, that is sick. Well, I mean, it was a pair versus 2 overs, but on the flop, I'm with a 7 in the pin. That was pretty crazy. Afik always celebrates when he wins a hand, but a little bit more jubilant. And you can see Dustin just, I mean, he's completely stoic. He just takes it in his stride. You can just get the feel that he's been around a bit, understands these tournaments, the nature of tournament poker. It can be absolutely brutal. And that was sick. That was a 40-1 shot that came in on the river for Afik to move him up to 56 big blinds, top of the leaderboard. And with that bust out, we have 38 players left in the tournament. Average stack now 3.5 million. Johan here under the gun with the ace 8. And he makes it 250. Radix has a suited ace of his own. Oh, that was pretty nasty. That was a big shove. 18 bigs. I'm not sure what the right move is. Perhaps that's the correct play. Queen 10 suited into a stack that's covering you. I don't know. Now this is noteworthy. 7s once again for Afik Navon, who's the big stack on this table. versus an under the gun open. I think he's just going to flat here in the small blind. Christie was in the big blind. It's Johan who opened under the gun. Ace Queen. We're going to go and see a flop. Pair of sevens versus Ace Queen. Afik first to speak. He misses. Checks. Johan could check this back. Second pair. He's getting clarity from the dealer what the story is with Afik. Now, good shot to go along with second pair for Johan, who might fire at this. Now he checks back again. 6 on the river. I think I'll be going for value here if I'm Johan. And Afik has the kind of hand that might call him. But Johan decides to check back. Ace Queen. And he says, I got it. 630 pot. Johan up to 4.3 million. Average is about 3.5 million. And Afik with 5.4 million. 38 remained. There was 1,340 entries into this WSOP Monster Stack event. We're halfway through this World Series of Poker Circuit Festival here in Kings Resort. These events, they really do attract huge numbers. There's massive prize pools, and of course there's the gold rings on offer. 15 gold rings throughout this festival. And along with the 6 figures available up top for the winner here, they will also receive gold ring. Marek, 13 big blinds, ace jack. Let's rip. Christie has a pair, but look at this, you just know he's been around, this guy Christie. Just snap folds the threes, no point in even tank folding, wasting people's time. That's what I like about Christie, he doesn't mess around. Now, Johan with the ace 7 suited. Folds Marek. Finally wins a hand after 2 hours. I joke you not. First hand he's won. Also running in the resort we have the 5-card PLO, which got 113 players, over 100k in the prize pool, down to 10 players for that gold ring event. We had the 7-card stud. That's what I love about these festivals. They have such a variety of events. 7-card stud was run by a local player, Sascha Minerva, in the Czech Republic. And we had the beautiful Anna Maria, who won the ladies event. Anna Maria from Romania took down the gold ring number 8, the No Limit Hold'em ladies event. A couple of other winners we had. We had Danilo, the Italian, who won the Omaha High-Low, the pot limit. And last week we had that big event. We had the mini main event, which attracted huge numbers. The winner of the mini main event, just trying to think of his name, it was Marco Petrush. Really was a great event. 6 figures for Marco. We had the Polish player Masif who won the PLO Bounty Hunter. 15k, I'll see if took. 50 stack. 36,000 cash and the World Series of Poker Europe seat for 10k. Kestutis from Lithuania. That was gold ring number 5, I believe. Well, actually, gold ring number 5 was the mixed PLO Nolam and Hold'em. Julian, put that down. That's your winners so far. Of course, the PLO, 5-card PLO tonight, that has the gold ring and this particular event also. Radek, small blind, ace-9 versus a hijack open from Afik, and Radek 3-bets with the ace-9. Fazula will be just folding the ace-2. You'd imagine, unless he comes out with some kind of spectacular 4-bet. I mean, it would be effective, that's for sure. Radek would be just dumping this ace-9 if Fazula would come over the top, but what's he going to do? Bet like 25%, 30% of a stack with 4-bet. Tank folds and Afik, I think, will just let the King 5 suited go also. You can see that Radek just kind of was like a rabbit in the headlights when Fazula was tanking. He knew he'd be absolutely dead in the water. Would he face a 4-bet there? Now, what's going on? Afik is going to play back. Okay. I like it. Afik, Navon with the 4-bet. King 5, 4-bet bluff, makes it about 1.2 million, it looks like, a bit more. 1.3 million. Radek made his move. You would have thought it would get through. He looks back down at ace-9 and says, you know what? And he shows, look at this, shows the 5. Chip leader, Afik. 4-betting with the King 5 suited. We've got a game here, guys and girls. Afik, Navon, 61 big, 6.1 million. Now, down the bottom there, we have Marek Sulk, 15 bigs, and then Alexander Sassanov, the Russian, who's been short forever, 12 bigs. $38 left. All of these players have locked up €2,260. So they're all going to get rewarded. It's just a matter of how much. Christie, I like this guy, I'll be honest. Did lose a massive pot against, well, I believe it was Marek. Turn 2 pair. Marek rivered. Well, sorry, it was Radek's. Radek's rivered a bigger 2 pair. Fazula folds now. Here we go. Boom. All in. Absolutely mandatory shove here in the big blind. Sassanov. Ace Queen. Suited. Putting it in. Now this is pretty brutal really, because Christie has going to be doing the mathematics. It's close, it's not close enough though. Ace 5 goes in the bin. Well, the argument here is Sassanov would do this with like King Queen, King Jack suited, small pairs. That's what's going through Christie's mind. He's asking for an exact count. Too big. This would leave Christie in absolute desperate shape should he call and lose. So you can see, you can understand why he folds the ace 5 here. Too big a proportion of a stack. Still has 28 bigs behind, still plenty of depth to do damage. Sassanov. I mean, it's been tough really, hasn't it, for him? He showed such quality, a lot of discipline, and he's here. Alexander Sassanov, still there, and now he's back up to 1.6 million. Which is 16 bigs. He's posting small blind. And Marek Sulk, you see there to the left of the dealer, posting big blind. Dario Quadrucci, 21 bigs under the gun. Empty seat belonged to Dustin. This is Afik, who's been just involved in everything really, hasn't he, for the last hour. And now he picks up eights. He opens. Christie folds, Johan folds, and Radix folds. Fazula folds. And now Sassanov doesn't even dream about getting involved. Ace 8 suited. Snap folds. Marek folds in the big blind. Afik, one of the tournament leaders now on 64 big blinds, 6.4 million. Average is 3.5. So he's close to double the average with just 38 players left. Now, King 5 suited Afik loves this hand, but on this occasion he decides to fold. Christie was the big chip leader when he came to this table, but he's lost more than half his stack. He's got to be way more selective. He folds the ace in early position. This is a Fazula in the cutoff position. Makes it 225,000. But look at this, queens are out there once again. Dario Quadrucci, and he's just going to flat call. And I understand why he's doing this. The kings, you remember not too long ago, 3-bet jammed, got no payday. 9 high board is what he needs here. Oh, hello. Oh, nice life. If you're Dario Quadrucci, well, he deserves it. I like the way he just disguised his hand. Utter deception here. Fazula, no idea what he's up against. And when he gets jammed on, he's going to think his King 9 is ahead, because all the 9Xs would check raise here. Well, most of them anyway. 300,000. Dario Quadrucci, he's just trying to think, how do I get all the money in? Well, that's how you do. Snap call on their backs. Queens versus King 9. Now, Fazula does have the 2-pair draw, trip draw, so still plenty of equity, 25%, but Dario Quadrucci, I love the way he played these queens. 7 on the turn, 3.7 million in the pot. That is Dario Quadrucci about to double. Needs to avoid a 9 or a king. River card comes. Tapping the table tells me that Dario did avoid disaster. Dealer's just asking for him to do the count. I like that. A couple of orbits earlier, Dario had the kings. It was Marek in seat 1 who opened. Marek opened very light. But actually it was, I think Mario was, I think, sorry, Dario was in the blinds with the kings. 3-bet shoved all in. Didn't get any action. This time he's on the big blind. And given the fact that he's just against one opponent, there's no chance of anyone else in the pot, he's closing the action. He decided to just smooth call. Disguise his hand. Perfect flop, 9 high. All the money goes in. And Dario Quadrucci up to 3.7 million. Just above average. Fazula down to 18 bigs. Sasanov 14 bigs. And Marek Stulk down to 12 big blinds. Still up top, Afik. $38 remain. 3.5 million is the average stack. Which is 35 bigs. Kings are out there. And Radic with the kings. Under the gun +2. Lots of aggro players to act after him, including this guy, Fazula. Very capable of 3-betting light. Well, he does have a pair. And Fazula just trying to glean from his opponent his hand strength, but believe me, this guy Radic, you won't get a thing from him. You won't get any information. Flat call. 9-10 should be coming along here, I think. 9-10 suited. 170 to call. 4-1 is money. I'm in there. Dario is also. And now the big blind, the chip leader, who should be calling also with the A6. Now, not the situation Radic wanted. 4-way pot with the kings. Well, that's just not reasonable to fold in that situation. I'm not really understanding that. What a huge price, and given the fact he's the chip leader, of course he could be up against a superior ace, but you can always flop trips. Well, I mean, look at this, ace high board. He would have outflopped the kings. I just don't understand the fold. I think that's an error. The mathematics compel you to call there. Now, moving on. I mean, Radix is going to win this, but he's dodged a bullet here. He could have ran into big problems. Fazula. Well, he's capable of anything, Fazula. He really is. He's missed. He's decided just to let go the sixes. 9-10 in the bin. And kings shown. So Radek's leading. I'm surprised he let out on that board. But he takes down the pot. The chip leader is having a chat with his fans, doing a few posts on Insta. Johan, ace, jack of diamonds. This is going to be opened. "37 players left of this World Series of Poker Monster Stack Gold Ring event. This is Sassanov who folds. This is Marek folding. Dario out of the way. Christie, big blind, will be defending 115 for sure. 2.6 million behind. That's 26 bigs. Can afford to put in another blind. There is the 115. Want to see a flop. Christie doesn't want to hit a jack. Flop's a good shot. Christie versus his opponent's top pair. Christie may very well check call one straight. 10 ball for the nuts. Depending on the price. Johan top pair has got to be continuing, you'd expect. Ace jack. Pretty much the nut kicker would have heard from. Ace queen, ace king. Three, 2, 5. Continuation, and Christie just doing the odds. Doing the mathematics, but doesn't add up for him. Check folds is good shot. Johan 4.4 million, average is 3.7. $3.7 million. 37 left. All of these players have locked up. 2,260. He's all out with the 9-10 suited. Just 13 bigs behind Christie. Well, this is interesting. Pocket 8s versus 9-10 suited. Christie looking at the stack size. Really interesting spot here. folds them. Sevens. Under the gun open with the sevens from Fazilla. Folded around to Christie. Who folded the eights there in the small blind last hand. Snap folds the 9-10 and Johan's going to fold the Jack-9. This is Radix in the big blind. Lets it go. 5 million stack for Radix. That's 50 bigs. Average is 37 bigs, 3.7 million. About 10 minutes left in this particular line level. Christie having a beer. Well, it's close to midnight here in the resort, but another couple of hours of play still to be done. We're going to pause the clock at 24 players, but that will take a few hours. This is Sassanov. Interesting decision here. King Queen, do you shove? It's close, you know. King Queen under the gun, 15 bigs. This is very close. I'm pretty sure shove is the way to go. If he's going to enter the pot, well, he knows better. Believe me, he does. Min raise with King Queen. Well, there you go. That's one of the reasons why. How many times have we seen queens on this table? It's ridiculous how many times. And Dario Quadrucci has benefited big time. 3-bet, very inducing. Johan has to fold the ace-10. 2 blockers to a possible straight. Sassanov could make, but I don't think Sassanov will be continuing. He's snap folded. And Dario Quadrucci now up to 3.9 million. The Italian. Another bust out, I'm told, so that tells me we're down to 36 players. 36 players from 1,340 entries. Short stack posting, big blind, Sassanov the Russian. This is Marek Sulky, short also, 9-2 in the bin. I mean, Marek just can't get anything going. But a lot happening for Afik. Deuces. $210 for the Ducks. Christie snap folds, but Johan pocket eights. I think this could be a 3-bet spot. Problem with a flat here is you're kind of inducing the blinds. They're getting a massive price, aren't they? You don't want to go multi-way with pocket eights. I'm 3-betting here versus chip leader open. And I think Johan is also makes it 530, folded right around to the short stack, the Russian with the Queen 4 in the big blind snap folds, so action back with Afik, who's plenty deep and could set mine here. It's a pretty horrible spot. That's these pairs I just do not like playing early position. And this is the problem, you get sucked in. And then you're going to be forced to call one straight if a paired board comes on the flop. Well, nice life for Afik, but Johan has none of this. He's going to try and rep these high cards, but it's end of hand because Afik, I'd imagine, will be putting Johan on an ace, and he thinks he can get a lot of money over the line on this board, on this type of board. Afik running pretty pure. Deuces versus eights, flops a set. Gets another 450k off his opponent, but that's the end of the hand. Check raise here. And Johan will just put these eights into the bin. Johan deciding to continue on the ace jack deuce board. He 3-bet pre, got called. Afik bottom set. What are we waiting for? I don't know. Not really sure what the situation is. Well, this is bizarre. I mean, someone needs to call an ambulance for me because I'm about to pass out here. I just don't understand what's going on. Johan, is he trying to set something up? Is he trying to say, right, I'm the one here with the aces. Now the diamond is going to be a scare card for Afik. I just don't get that call. Given the way this hand is played, I'm not understanding the call. Is Johan going to shove this turn? Well, he doesn't get a chance to, because Afik is moving his chips in first. But that certainly now is the end of hand. Having said all that, if he thinks eights were ahead on the flop, well, they're more than likely still ahead. Afik has left the table. I think that's the... No, he's not. He's still there. He's blended in with the background. I didn't see him. Hoodie up. He's just shoved. Well, there's zero chance of getting... You would think getting called by weaker hand. Well, I suppose ace king with the king of diamonds calls. Or ace of diamonds calls. Massive 8 million pot Really confused what happened on the flop there. Johan just thought Afik was at it. That's what it was. He thought he was trying to steal the pot. And he called pocket eights. But then Afik moved all in on the turn. Johan finally got the message. Interesting stuff here at the feature table of this monster stack. This is the gold ring, number 7. 6 figures up top here. Blind versus blind. Marek's all in. 100% absolute compulsory shove here. A7. Marek sulk. What's going on? Dario raised under the gun with the 7-3 and hits trips. I just don't know what's going on. I really am confused. That's what happened. Dario was under the gun. Button was on Fazula. So the Russian Alexander Sassanov was small blind. Marek's big blind, A7. Just 9 bigs behind. I thought it was blind versus blind. But Dario, under the gun with 7-3 off, flops the trips. So 34 remain, and blinds up again. So getting interesting. 34 players, 3.8 million is the average stack. This is Afik, massive chip leader, more than double the average. That's Christie having a drink, refreshing himself. This is Radek's ace 7 suited in the hijack position. Radek's Marek down to 8.5 bigs behind. Less, what am I talking about? Big blind is 120 now. So he's just 7 bigs behind. Dario, King 10, he's going to defend. King 10 off. Dario Quadrucci. Well, it's Action City. Nut flush draw versus top pair. Watch the money go in. How much is the question? Both of these are pretty deep. Radek's with 47 bigs behind. Dario with close to 40 bigs behind. So check. Bet by Radek's with the nut flush draw. Dario Quadrucci, whose flop top pair is certainly continuing. But how strong does he go? Does he check raise? Stronger kings, not out of the question. Well, it's a check raise, but sizing is very small. And Radek's might 4-bet here over the top. And he does that, he goes all in. Now this is just a sign of super strength. your kicker just shrivels up here. You're up against ace king. Very often, aces possibly. Radix takes down massive pot, 5.8 million. Dario, Quadrici. Check raise to see where he's at. But the problem with that is you can get exploited. Flush draw. His ace was also good. Any heart, any ace. Pretty much a flip. So blinds now are 60,000, 120,000. Chip leader on the left of your screen there is Afik, but this is Christie, 2.5 million, which is about 20 big blinds. And he makes it 250 with the ace queen. Johan folds and Radix with very attractive looking 9-8 suited. But he's in a precarious position with so many players still to act. He folds and Zula folds. Sassanov is just 1 million behind. He folds. Marek is less. He's just 7 bigs behind Marek. He folds. Dario folds. And action with the chip leader on the table, which is Afik Navon from Israel. Dario has folded the King 7 off, so just the chip leader to act who decides to come along. Nine, 8 offsuit for Afik Navon. Flops. Good shot. Christie may check this back. I mean, he's just hating life if he gets check raised. I want to have a look, see does he have a spade in there. Check back from Christie. King of spades. Now, Afik has picked up a flush draw to go along with a straight draw. A 9 or an 8 would work also, so quite a bit of equity here, 40% plus. There it is. Flush. Christie. Checking just in case once again, but that queen is the queen of clubs, not the queen of spades. That leaves him with 2.2 million. He's going to have to post 240k, 120 for the ante, 120 for the big blind. Leave him at less than 2 million behind. That's the massive chip leader, the Israeli Afik Navon. Giant stack. Average is about 3.9 million. Johan, 20 bigs, he announces all in, I think. He says, yeah, that's me, I'm all in. Just have a little sup of his gin and tonic while he waits for the reaction from the other players. Oh, this is interesting. Fezula puts the money in, but he's in pretty bad shape. Dario folds and the chip leader folds. Christie gets out of the way. Johan in great shape. The former chip leader, Fazula, puts in 1.8 million, 15 big blinds. Two outs, still 15%. King, queen, king, flop. Now, an ace would counterfeit the nines and it'll be a chop pot. Queen would counterfeit also, of course. Two in the river. Nines and kings with the ace kicker play. Fazula. Busto eliminated. 33 players remain. Average stack, 4 million. Johan back in business after losing that huge pot with his eights versus the flop set of Afik Navon, but that's ancient history. He's now sitting on above average once again, about 4.1 million, 4.2 million. Average is around 4 million. Now Marek at last a hand, and he's going to get a lot of action, maximum action here. Right, so Radek opened under the gun with the ace-9, and then Marek is shoved with the kings. Christie has to put the money in with the ace-king. So this is great for Marek. He's going to pretty much be on course for a 2.4 million pot or something like that. Well, it's a bit less, sorry. Yeah, no, 2.2, yeah, that's about right. Great situation. An ace burnt already. So, massive favourite. 73.27, you would think he'd be a bigger favourite with an ace binned. But there's two aces out there. Of course, Christie can hit all kinds of straights and flushes. But not on that board he won't. Just two clean outs. 6%. Ace of diamonds, ace of clubs. Doesn't happen. Marek gets close to a triple. He had the under the gun raise from Radek's. And then he had the big blind and the big blind ante from Johan. And he's double true. Christie, who's going to be short, Christie. He's down under 10 bigs, 1.1 million. And look at this, Eunice, the French player, has joined now. This guy is hot at the moment. He has a bunch of cashes in this festival. He was runner-up. Oh I'm not sure which one. Mixed in the mixed. Cashed in the 50 stack. Cashed in the mini main. I believe it was the mixed event he was runner-up in. So, several cashes already. This is his 4th cash from 4th of 9 events, I think. Less 8 events, because he's not eligible for the ladies. Now, Dario, ace deuce, no interest. And there you have the French player Eunice, who's joined us. He's short of 1.5 million, but he is lethal, this guy, believe me. Bottom left of your screen, blue Kings sweater, or purple, whatever colour you want to call it. Empty seat that belonged to Faiza, or Fazula, should I say, from Turkey. Former chip leader at this table. Kings do turn though, don't they? $32 players, 4.2 million is the average stack. 4 tables of 8 players in each table. 32 remain. Now, all these 32 players are guaranteed 2260, but there is a nice little bump. €350 money jump between 32 and 31. Now, Marek, is he back in business? Ace 10 under the gun. $18 big blinds, Marek. Ace 10. Snap fold from Dario. Getting a bit of respect this open. Marek has been pretty much locked up. He's been totally shackled with his chip stack. Christie down to 1.1 million. 9 big blinds, and this is Radek with the deuces. Lets them go. And Sazonov, 780k, which is 6 bigs, 6.5 bigs. He'll post a small blind, so he'll have 6 bigs behind the Russian Alexander Sazonov. Now, is it not remarkable how well he's played a short stack? I find it incredible how disciplined he's been. He's just been, I mean, he's completely focused, zoned in. You just can't afford one slip up. Blind here, blind there, he's dead. Really impressive. Good lesson. Good demonstration how to play a short stack. This guy, I mentioned several cashes already in this serious Eunice. He knows what's going on, believe me. Runner up in the mixed event, I'm going to say. Of course, I could be totally wrong. Could have been runner up in another event, maybe the 50 stack. Cashed in the mini main, and now deep here in the monster stack. Eunice Kinsey with the ace king. He's going to get action. Christie might go with this. 9 bigs. Finding out what the shove is. Well, he's got you covered, Christie. Nice dodge there from Christie. Look at that, jack in the bin. He would have been pretty crushed. Marek, big blind, no interest. Eunice shows the ace king. Minimum shoving hand, he says. You loving that sweatshirt? WSOP. And Kings branded sweater. Chip leader. to our right, on the left of Eunice, big stack, Afrik Navon from Israel, 8 million. So under the gun, Queen 4 into the dustbin, and 8.2 million stack, which is double the average. Average now is 4.1 million exactly. So great situation for Afik. This is Christie, might shove here. Get his money in first, buttons going around. Started this feature table with 5.5 million, and now all in Christie with ace 10, but he's run into the Cowboys. This table certainly has seen a very high distribution of premiums. Johan will do a bit of acting while he's trying to figure out, does he call or reshove? Just a flat call is the order of the day here, surely. While he reshoves, isolates, just says he wants to get heads up with his opponent. King Queen for the big blind Dario Quadrucci. Might have been interested, or Johan just a flat call. But we see ace 10 versus kings now. How is that percentage 39 versus 61? It's just, my mind boggles. Well, actually, it's been adjusted. That makes a lot more sense. 34%, 66%. Well, no, now it's readjusted 39. I mean, I don't get it. My mathematics needs attention for sure. Ace 10, 3 outs, Christie. Well, now he's a good shot. He has still 3 outs because one of the jacks are in the bin, so it doesn't happen. Now, I tell you, who would have made money there big time? Johan, if he just flat called that 1 million shove, and I think it was Dario with King Queen. If Dario calls in the big blind with King Queen, I mean, Johan gets all his money. Queen high flop, and then King on the turn. Dario's going broke. If he would have called the 1 million, I don't know, would he have 9 bigs with King Queen, getting 3-1 odds? Close. That's why I would have much preferred just the smooth call with the kings there from Johan. Now, 31 players left, which means all of these players have 5x their initial buy-in. They're all guaranteed 2,600. Cut off suited connectors. Now Eunice posting small and chip leader, big blind. So average stack 4.3 million. This is Johan. Jack 6. Marek cut off 10-6 suited. Eunice in the small blind. This is a tempter. 9-10 suited. Well, Ace King for Afik. He's just going to close this out now. And I'd imagine he could put both his opponents all in. There's 740k in the pot. And Marek with just 2 million behind. I'm just grabbing 100k chips here and putting them over the line. With Ace King, end of story. Take down the pot. And there, he does it. 10-6. It's going to be snap folded. Marek has no interest in putting his money in with it. Does fold. Now, Eunice is going to hate it, but he has to fold as well. Afik with support on the rail, decent amount of support, 8.7 million. Average is 4.3, so just above double the average stack. Easy enough for the final two tables. 16 players. We go to 8-handed, I believe, at 24. I think we paused the clock at 24. Redraw 24 players. But we're going to play the full amount, 27 to level 27. So player arriving. Not listed here in the chip count chart. He'll be taking Christie's seat. You can see our chip count. Alexander Sassanov, 6 bigs, but he's been here several times. Incredible discipline from the Russian. Eunice, 11 bigs, also expert short stack player. You've got to be, you go deep in tournaments, you got to know how to play all kinds of stack depths. Marek Sulky's the same quality player. Czech Republic, 16 bigs. Then we have the Italian who's put in such a solid performance. Love the way he smooth called in the big blind with them queens versus Frizola. That really kick-started him. 28 big blinds. Then we have Radek, probably the standout player for me on this featured table. Johan from Belgium, what a performance he's put in. 48 big blinds, 5.8 million stack, but up top is Afik Navon. You can see him on the left there. Great situation, great opportunity for the player from Israel. Action with Dario. Cut off open with the King 10 offsuit. Average is 4.3 million. Eunice folds the button, big stack folds. And Der has a doer. Now, Radek under the gun. Pocket sixes, 5.6 million stack, average is 4.3. And Marek here with the sevens. So, Marek, 2 million stack. There's a 3-bet. Dario, not interested. Eunice folds. Action on Afik, who folds. Der has doer, folds. Nickname, obviously. Johan folds in the big blind, and now action back with Radek, who escapes. Marek had him absolutely crushed. Change a dealer. This blind level has about 10 minutes left. This 60-120 blind level. And then I think we take a short break and back then for the final couple of levels, maybe 3 levels maximum, 2 or 3 more levels tonight. It's a tough grind for these guys, it really is. 2 o'clock kickoff today. And then we're back for the final tomorrow. Live stream final. Final day live streamed from 2:30. Shorty. 6 bigs. Yeah. Gotta go in. Can't afford to post. Knows that. What? Wow. I'm not sure about this. Ace 2 suited. Why does he not put his money in? 6 bigs under the gun. He's going to have to put a third of a stack in blind. I'm not sure about that. Okay, Afik. Cut off Queen 9. This is the chip leader and certainly should be opening here. This is Der has tour. He folds, but look at this. Ace Queen. Well, I mean, the Russian Alexander Sassanov has escaped here because he would have got snapped by Johan. I'm struggling to understand why he wouldn't put it in. Suited ace with 6 bigs under the gun. And 3-bet from Johan. Now these guys of history, believe me. Radek's folds. 660. Back to Afik. Afik just has to let go. Queen 9. This is perfectly fine to be raising in the cutoff here very wide, given that he's the chip leader, but when Johan plays back at him here from the small blind, Queen 9 is not a hand you want to be continuing with. And Johan up to 6 million. Second in chips. Then we have Radix in this small blind now posting. And we have the Russian Alexander Sasanov with 6 bigs, and he's going to be posting 2 bigs, one for the ante and one for the big blind. Center your screen is our new arrival, Der Hasdur. So very left of your screen is the Russian big blind. Center your screen is Marek. King 9 offsuit folds. This is Dario. He folds Eunice. He's going to fold the Queen 10 surely. Doesn't have much scope. Eunice 1.4 million. It's 11 bigs. Coming towards the end of the blind level. But it's too early position, too risky. Chip leader 8.5 million. Average is 4.3. 31 players left in the mix. And this is folded all the way around. No, it's not. Hasdur in the cutoff opens ace 7. But action is on Radix with ace 8 suited. 3-bet incoming from Radix. He is 3-bet at a way higher frequency than anyone at this table. Has got caught before, but by and large he has made a ton of profit. Sazonov has to fold. He's like 4 bigs behind. Now 3-bet Der Hasdur. Andre Mars just joining us in the Twitch chat. You're very welcome to this broadcast, the Monster Stack. They're betwixt and between. Looks like he's got a bit of intel on Radix. Radix takes that one down. 5.8 million stack now. Average 4.3. Button moves, but the real story here is the Russian posting small blind, which is Alexander Sasanov. He's got 4 big blinds, and he's going to have to post a half a blind. Now, Sazonov, ace queen, small blind. And I mean, Marek has probably got one of these hands he has to fold, but it's very close. It really is. 360. It's going to cost 3 big blinds to call. It's very close. 360. And there's 720 out there already. Getting 2-1. The maths are compelling here. It's just a horrible looking hand, Jack 3. It's pure trash, but sometimes you're ahead here. Sazonov has to shove anything, I think. Yeah, I think it's the right call, Marek. Feels he has to call. Well, that's end of story. Sazonov getting the double. And gets his stack to 1.1 million. It's a monster display from this young man, Sazonov. Marek Sulk now down to 1.7 million. Button moves. Sazonov will have the advantage of the button. Marek posting small blind and the other short stack, 2 very short stacks. Well, 3 players in a row, seat 9, 1 and 2 all short. No, what am I talking about? Seat 9, 1 and 3. Seat 2 is Dario. So Dario's posting big blind. Under the gun is Eunice. 11 big blinds. Queen 8. Opportunity perhaps. Marek with Queen Jack suited. Dario getting a huge price here with the 10 deuce offsuit. But it's just hand strength is just not strong enough. Johan with a ton of chips here. Started the pot with over 6 million. Well, that's nice. That is nice. Johan. How did that go check? I mean, this is crazy. How did Marek not put money in the pot there? I think Marek misses double. Well, I suppose he's first act, so he checks and then a check back from Johan on the flop. Made the straight in the turn, bets out, and then bets again on the river. No action. Marek, 2.5 million. Button position. Now posting big blind, you can see on the left hand side of your screen is Eunice. Now this is the chip leader, 8.5 million AFIC. And this is the last hand, I think, before the break. Sazonov put off Jack 10. Knows opportunity knocks. Marek is close. A couple of people to act, so probably folds this very close. Were he in the blinds, I'm sure this would be a call. 1.1 million. Alexander Sazonov cut off shove here. Well, he's got through one, he's got through two, and Eunice, well, this is close. King 5 suited. Very close. But Eunice decides he'll wait. That's it, we're on a break. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes for the final few levels of this World Series of Poker Circuit Monster Stack live from King's Resort. Player you see stacking chips, Alexander Sazonov. Back soon.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit Monster Stack event. This event is deep into day 2. We have 31 players left in the mix, 1,340 entries, created a whopping prize pool of 663,500. All these 31 players guaranteed 2,600. Of course, it's 7 figures up top. But that won't be decided tonight. We're going to play 2 more levels, I believe. This level 26, which is 800,000. Sorry, 80,000, 160,000. So 80, 160. Johan 5.7 million. Average is about 4.5 million. I'm told there's a bust out straight away on one of the outer tables, so 30 players remain. And yeah, about 4.5 million, close to 4.5, is the average stack. Now, Yunus is very short, and I think he has to take a spin here. So the blinds are 80, 160. So just about 7 bigs for Yunus behind. Ace 8. Johan, the big stack, opening. Under the gun +1. All these factors going through Yunus's mind. Very close this. I think it's the right decision. Well, not now, it's not. Afik Navon has just woke up with a monster. And this is the problem when you're not closing the action. Always the chance, possibility of the player still to act, of waking up with a monster. And Afik has woken up with a premium. Now it's interesting, Yunus all in for 1.2 million. So Afik Navon, his big decision, does he reshove and isolate? And that's what he does do, just to squeeze out Johan. He's blocking aces, he's blocking kings. He may even get as strong as queens to fold. And a snap fold from Johan, who shows the sixes. And Yunus, ace 8. All in for his tournament life. Another deep run for the Frenchman. But is this the end of the line? That's the question. He's his jacket on. Knapsack on his back. He's actually left the arena. Well, look at this. Set of sixes. If Johan was still around. Now, straight draw, 7 for a straight. 8 for a pair, doesn't happen. Ace king for the big straight. Well, that would have been some pot between between Afik and Johan. Johan with the set. Afik made the straight in the end, but it's the Frenchman who busted out in 30th position, I believe. That leaves 29 players. Average stack 4.5 million. 29 left. Afik close to 10 million, I believe. Now, this is the chip leader, 9.6 million. Afik He's asking Dur, who's posted big blind, what kind of stack he's sitting on. Afik, Jack 2 off. Dur folds. So blinds are 80,000, 160,000. $10 million chip stack for the chip leader, who I understand now is the overall tournament chip leader, Afik. $29 players left. All of these players guaranteed 2,606. Sorry, 2,602 euro. And coming up close to another money jump. Top 27 received 3,009. This was a €500 buy-in tournament at a $500,000 guaranteed. On 1,340 entries produced 663,000 with 6 figures up top for the winner, and another big slick hand for Afik Navan, who seems to be running pretty good here on our feature table. Blinds 80,160, and Afik opens cut off. No interest from Dur, but Johan might be interested in the small blind with the Queen Jack suited. Johan, 5.1 million, 4.5 is the average, 4.5 million. Radek, 10 deuce off, no interest. Kind of surprised that Johan didn't opt to play the Queen Jack suited versus the chip leader cut off raise. Now, 8160, average stack 4.5 million, 29 players left in this monster stack. World Series of Poker circuit event here in Kings Resort. Just a couple of levels, an hour or so left to play, 45-minute levels. Of course, this structure changes, it's a progressive clock, and It will go to 1 hour tomorrow. Interesting situation. Sassanov. Oh, look at how great shape he's in here. He's posted a fair whack of his stack between the blind and the ante. Wow. Wowzer. Radek applying a ton of pressure, max pressure. I thought the Queen 8 suited would qualify as a call though, given he'd so much of a stack in. Turns out he had Radek absolutely crushed. But Radek got his money in first. Posting small blind now, Sazonov. Big blind is Marek. Dario. Under the gun he folds. This is the chip leader folding now. Der finally picks up a premium ace king. Big blind is 160. He makes it 425 or 350, 425. Johan folds the ace 8. Radek. Queen jack suited, button position. Looks at the clock. Seven-handed here on our feature table. Flat call from Radek in position, fold from the short stack, and Marek getting massive odds here. This is huge, 1.3 million out there, 265 to call. So Marek does make the call. 757 now. This is a board that Marek could lead out on, you know. It's credible. He could have a 7, big blind defend, and it would have been hard for Der to continue given that Radek was still in the hand, so perhaps an opportunity missed there from Marek. Der bets 500. Backdoor diamonds, 2 overcards for Radek, but it's over for him. Now, Marek. Does he try and make a move? No, he decides against it. And Der takes down the pot. Ace King. Best hand pre-flop, best hand on the flop. It's your chip leader on the left hand side. Afik Navon from Israel, 10 million stack. Average 4.5, 29 remain. Radek in the cutoff here, ace 8. Well, Sassanov is going going to be 3-bet chugging here with the ace king suited. 960. It's all going in. 8-4 in small blind folds and 6-4 folds. And Radek's going to call here. He's got a call. What I expected, he says. But the mathematics were compelling. He's still got 20%. Sassanov. All in for his tournament life yet again, but he gets it in good once again. Now can he hold? That's the question. Ace king suited. Well, there's opportunities for Radek. 5-ball would give a chop. Of course, he's looking for an 8. There's 2 8s in the deck. Oh, sick. Not nice. Not nice. Queens and 5s, ace kicker. So, Sassanov needs to hit ace or king. Doesn't happen. Chop pot. Radek gets out of jail. Button moves. And it's like he lost the pot there. Sassanov. But he does get a little profit. He chops the blinds and antes with the smiling Radek. Now Dur with pocket 8s under the gun, 4.4 million. Dur's made a set, good shot for Afik with the backdoor spades. Check back from Dur. Now flush draw. Afik with that combination draw, and he spade. Well, 10 would work also. Check back on the flop has worked. Dur has achieved his goal, getting money over the line from Afik. He could get it all here. Afik. With that big combo draw. Now, Dur doesn't want to see what. Oh boy. Oh, this is sick. Check back on the flop. Give his opponent a chance to catch up, to pick up the flush draw. Bet out the flush draw. That 10 ball. Well, I don't think Dur can read a straight here ever. Afik He's going to get it all. Every penny of it. That's 2.2 million, it looks like. No, not quite. It's about 1.9 million. All in call. Nuts. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, the money just couldn't get in fast enough. Durr, shocked. Flop to set. Massive pot. Absolutely gigantic pot. Durr eliminated in slick fashion. But it was risky. Not sure why the dealer's counting. Well, he has to make sure, I suppose. That was just colossal. 15 million. Affik now with 3 times the average stack. Average is about, I think about 4.7. 28 remaining. This is the tournament chip leader. 15 million, more than 3 times the average. He's average stack for final table. Ten ball on the river. Durr could never read it straight there, I wouldn't. Affik got the free card. Picked up the flush draw to go along with his straight draw. Missed the flush, but hit the good shot. Six-handed, 15 million stack. That is just a ginormous chip stack. To give you an idea, he's 10 times the stack of this gentleman that just folded. Sazonov. He's more than 10 times the stock. He's about 12 times Alexander Sazonov's stack. He has run very pure. Affik Navon. But you gotta hand it to the guy, he's played excellent. This is Marek moving all in with the ace-5 and the cut-off. 28 players remain. Affik folds his king 10 and Johan is going to fold the king 7. Marek ace 8, 2.5 million. We're 6-handed here on our feature table. Now, what is Dario doing? With the 3-2 off, this is the nut low. I mean, it's just super risky, this. Marek Sulk, short stacked. Dario, 3-betting with the absolute junkiest, trashiest hand. Incredible. And it looks like Marek Sulk, well, it looks like he's going to fall for it. It shows the ace. Dario gets it done. So, TD just balancing the tables. Bringing a player over, 8-handed here. That means 4 tables of 7 players on each table. That's 28 players left in the mix here at this World Series of Poker Circuit monster stack. Now, Sazonov under the gun, 10 deuce in the bin. Marek Sulk, well, he just got mugged in that last hand. 160k, King Jack suited. Dario folds and Afik, 15 million. What a situation. 3 times the average with just 28 players left. Average for final table, Johan with ace 10 on the button. Marek, King Jack suited. Johan with the ace 10 off on the button. Johan, I think, letting this one go. Radek folds. And now our new arrival on the table. Binak with 7-3, and look at Binak's stack. Can you believe? He's less chips than Alexander Sazonov. Desperately short. 4 bigs. Marek will take that one. Marek under the gun here. The Russian posting big blind, 160,000, plus the ante. 2 shorties in the blinds here. It's all going to go in one way or the other, I think. One of them will put their money in, no doubt about it. Afik, Navon, all the chips, everything going for him. He's like a freight train at full speed. King 10. makes it 350. Johan gets out of the way. Radek will fold the Queen 7. Now one of these guys will put the money in. Binak, 650 behind. 4 bigs behind. Incredible. Sazonov, 9-2 off. Can't do anything. That is a giant stack, believe me. That is about 100 big blinds. At this stage of a tournament, late in day 2, is just incredible. Average stack is about 30. $30 bigs, that is. Dario folds Afik Navon. Queen 10 in the small blind. Mary can't do anything. He looks down at 6-4. And Sazonov gets his stack up to 1.2 once again, but he's still desperately short. About 12 or 13 minutes left in this particular blind level. There you have it, Afik Navon, close to the 100 bigs. Radek, average stack 31 bigs. King 10, another shove from Sazonov. Now back up to 10 bigs. A little bit of breathing space. Not much, however. Eight players remain. Radek. 6-3, no good. Short stack, all in here for sure in the hijack. Has to do it. 4 big blinds. A7. Can't wait to get his money over the line. Now, it looks like a bigger stack than it actually is. There's only 4 big blinds there. Well, he needs to get a count. These are all low value chips. And now you see Afik doing the mathematics. Call starting to make more sense. It's 3 big blinds for him to call. This is a snap. And it just shows you, always get a count on an opponent's chip stack when they move in. Looked like a bigger stack than it was with all the low value chips. Afik almost threw his cards in, had another look, and then said, "Give me a count." Very close to a fold, but he didn't fold. Got the count, made the call. It's Queen, Queen 4. Binak, ace high good, but still a load of equity here for Afik. 9 or 10 or backdoor straight. Deuce on the turn. 9 or 10. Oh, that is unreal. I mean, he really celebrates, doesn't he, Afik? Short stack. Oh, that's the problem when you get so short. Your opponents are correctly priced into call. Afik Navon is just cruising. $27 remain. We are up to 3K plus for every player remaining. Radic under the gun, ace jack. You see Sazonov continually looking around at that clock. It's imperative. Gets his timing right. Next blind level, 100k, 200k. That'll be the final level of the night, I'm told. 100k, 200k. Not long left, just about an hour left here in King's Resort. Sazonov under the gun, 10 bigs. Jack 9 suited, close, but doesn't fire. Folded around to Dario, who's going to fold the 9-4, and now the chip leader on the button with the 6 deuce off suit folds. Blind v blind, Johan versus Johan with 8s in the small blind and Radic in the big blind. Now, Radek with the bullets. Aces in the small blind position. Versus cut-off raise here from the chip leader, Afik. Radek. Considering his options, and Afik just completely covering himself. Short stack in the big blind. Sassanov just can't wait to get rid of his hand. 1.1 million. 3-bet from Radek. Afik. 10-6 suited. Escapes. Doesn't get sucked in. Opened in the cutoff, fair enough. Faced with the 3-bet. Just don't get out of town. No point in tangling with the very experienced Radek. Can really damage him. Now, Marek, Queens. It's been the hand of the day. He's facing an under the gun open from Dario. Dario has been robbing him all day. Queens, what does he do? He's counting his chips. I mean, if you could see Dario's hand, he'd be just smooth calling 100 times out of 100. Try and get money in on the flop. Dario opened under the gun with the Queen 8 suited. Marek looks down at Queens, and that's the end of hand. Dario's not going to punt with Queen 8 for half a stack. And that brings Marek up to 2.5 million. Average is 5 million. 27 players left in the mix. In fact, there's 26 now bust out in the outer table. Dario now posting big blind, and under the gun is the chip leader, 15 million stack, well 16 in fact. Afik Navon, 100 big blinds for Afik. Folds, this is Johan. Now Radek with the sixes. It's going to be opening here for sure. Pocket sixes. Radek opens. Radek opened with the sixes, and look at this, Dario moving all in. It's a huge shove. Radek can't call this. 50% of a stack to call. Dario's going to get this through. Radek just has to let this one go. $4 million stack now for Dario Quadrucci, and I'm told we're down to 25 players. And we're going to have a redraw at 24. Sorry, 26 remain. So 26 players left here. This is Sasanoff with a pair, moves all in. Dario in the small blind with the Queen Jack suited. He's 3.9 million. He's getting a count 1.1. It's too much of a stack. He folds, and Afik Navon will be folding also. Ten bigs for Sazonov. He has put in some shift today. He's been short stacked. I mean, for the entire day, between like 5 and 12 bigs. He's got up to 20 bigs, I think, for like maybe an orbit. That was it. Expert demonstration on how to play a short stack. Radek has put in a decent shift. 5.3 average stack. Queen 6 suited in the bin. Sazonov folds, and now action with Marek, who's also been super solid. Marek. He's had problems though with Dario next to him. Dario has played very creative. Well, he's gone off script loads of times, Dario, but it's worked out from folding on the button here, the 9-8. Afik, Ace-3 can apply a ton of pressure here to Johan. Johan playing about 4 million. And you can see the 4 fingers displayed from Johan. Here's the raise incoming. $500,000. There you go. 600k actually. And we're going to see a snap fold here from Johan. 4.5 million behind. Flashes the ace. Dario in the cutoff with a small pair. Radek, big blind, king 8 folds. And the situation here with Afik with such a big stack, it's left all the other players well below average. Well, I mean, there's a couple of them on average. Like, we have Radek playing average, but besides him, there's nobody else with average stack. Marek, 2.5 million. Under the gun with 9-10, he folds in hijack position. Dario folds. Chip leader, 100 big blinds. Queen 8 suited, he's going to be opening. He makes it 450. Johan folds. Radek not interested. Sazonov. 9-8. Lets it go. Sazonov. All in here with the 8s. So Afik with ace 5 is going to make the call. Has to. Ace 5 can be ahead here sometimes. And even if not, he's priced in big time. Getting almost 2.5 to his money. 2.5 to 1. It's in the call. Here we go. 8s versus ace 5. Big moment for the Russian. Again, he gets it in good. Sazonov. Now, this is a big moment. Get a double and go on a heater. Try and get a stack together. But he needs to dodge an ace. Well, that's incredible. So, trip draw, 2 pair draw, straight draw. for Afik. 32%. 7 doesn't help. 8's still in the lead. Needs to dodge. Ace, 5 and 3. And it's over. I mean, brutal. The Russian is just emotionless. Celebrations are outstanding from the Israeli. Very exuberant. He's punished a lot of players today. He really has. And look at this for a stack. 17.5 million. Change of dealer. 25 players remain. We're on the final 3 table bubble. That's the score. Afik. 110 big blinds. You gotta tip your hat to Alexander Sassanov. He played expertly all day, getting his money in good at the right time. Perhaps for me, just a little bit tight. But I mean, you just can't criticize him. I just thought the ace-2 suited was a jam with 6 bigs when he's under the gun. I must check that. I don't know. Someone tell me what the right move there is. Then the suited queen and the big blind, queen 8 suited. And then Radak here, who you see in the screen, moved in. Blind versus blind. Again with about 6 or 7 bigs behind. Felt that was a call. But of course, he played pretty much perfect, Alexander Sazonov. Gets his money in with 8s. Chip leader had to call. Don't blame Afik. Made the call with the ace-5. And in the end, he made a straight against the 8s. So we're going to pause the clock. Back in 20 minutes or something like that. For just a half an hour more. Half an hour left. Do join us.
now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to them.
Welcome back. We are broadcasting live from Kings It's 2:20, but we still have a little bit of play here. Just another 30 minutes, I'm told. We have a brand new lineup, and we have some of the big stacks here. We have Afik Navon with 18 million, the overall tournament leader. We also have 13 million Dimitro from the Ukraine, 13 million, and Mark Peterson from Denmark on 12 million. So some real big stacks on this table, one of 3 remaining tables. Clock is just about to be started. $24 remain. All of these guys have locked up 3k, but there is a money jump now. Final 23 players, 3,500. So any moment now, we're going to be restarting. Five-card PLO gold ring number 10 event. Still running. That's 4-handed. That will go on another hour or 2. But we're going to stay with the monster stack. This is the 500,000 guaranteed, 500 buy-in. Prize pool. Well over 600k, 636,500. And first place is a 6-figure payout, 106,000 plus that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. That's for the winner. 24 remain here in Kings Resort. And blinds 100,000, 200,000. Two Israelis. We have 2 Italians. French player, German player, and Mark Pedersen from Denmark. Dimitro from the Ukraine. So, not sure what the hold-up is, just with the redraw, all these seats have to be checked, stacks verified, and it looks like we're good to go. Dealers getting the okay from the TD to shuffle up and deal. Clock is started. Seat 1 there we have Camerata. Damiano, the Italian in seat 1, 4.1 million. But there is 2 shorter stacks. We have Morad, 3.4 million, which is about 17 bigs, and then we have Or Atal in seat 9, just to the right of the dealer, on 13 big blinds. That's Marione. In seat 3, 6.7 million stack. Average is about 5.5 million. Now, Mark Pedersen, 12 million stack. And he looks down at Ace Queen suited. Mark Pedersen, he makes it 450,000, and Dimitro, should I say, with the same hand, Ace Queen suited. Dimitro flats Blinds 100k, 200k, 450,000 raise, and black call from the Ukrainian folded right around to Afik Navon. In the big blind position, 8-5 of diamonds, getting a very big price here. 5.5, almost 6-1. So of course he's going to put in the additional 250 with the queen, with the 8-5 of diamonds versus ace queen of clubs, ace queen of diamonds. So three-way, three big stacks here. 43 million between them, and it's interesting, flush draw for both Afik and Dimitro. Big favourite. He does have the good shot also. Mark Pedersen with that good shot, no backup though. He checks and Dimitro bets out 600k. Chip leader Afik ain't done with this hand just yet. He's going to be continuing, but it'll be a disaster should a diamond roll off on the turn here. This is Afik Navon, massive chip leader, 3 times the average stack. Makes the call and Mark Pedersen gets out of the way. Now Afik goes into the lead, 8 on the turn. Dimitro with that combination draw. Ace is good, queen is good also. I mean, he has a bunch of outs. He's going to continue firing. Looks like about 2 million. This is big bet, but it's not going to work. Afik with that flush draw of his own. He does have a pair, 2-pair draw, trip draw. That pair, no good. He feel that 2-pair trips would do the job. And certainly he would believe diamond would work, but the bet size way smaller than I originally said, 1.1 million. While the queen shoots Dimitro back into the lead, 5.1 million pot. I think he might check this back, and he's just hoping to see a jack, but it's even better. 8. Queen on the river. Dimitro. Dimitro Bystrozorov from the Ukraine. You're watching World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Monster Stack event. This is gold ring number 7. 15 gold rings throughout this festival. And the Ukrainian close to the top of that chip count chart, on the heels of Afik now. Could have been a lot worse for Afik. The diamond rolled off. Dimitro would, in all likelihood, would have doubled through him. Now, Dimitro, 16 million. Min raise. Kawasaki folds. Load of big stacks here. Kawasaki sitting on 10 million. This is the short stack, or a tal with the ace queen suited. 13 bigs, he's all in for sure. You would think. Seat 9. Graphic hasn't displayed the action. It looks like he just called with the ace queen suited. That's what it reads, which surprises me. Fold it right around to the big blind. Incredible, the exact same hand. It's Afik. Afik, the same hand as Dimitro, but Afik folds Marione with the pocket 9s in the big blind. Dimitro opened light. Well, this is going to get called by the short stack with the ace queen suited. Dimitro gets out of the way, and now ace queen puts in. So, the Israeli 9 or Atal puts in the 2.6 million with the ace queen of spades. Marione with the pocket 9s. Straight flip here. Well, that is incredible. Set versus flush draw. Marione, set of 9s, does have that spade blocker. Ace no good, queen no good. Backdoor straight possibility. Spade would do it. Wow. There it is. Now, Marione needs the board to pair 5, 6, 10, 9. Any of these cards. No good. Another spade. And that is big pot. 5.5 million now for the Israeli. More than doubles up. Started with 2.5 million, wins 2.9 million, gets the. Started with 2.3 million. And now 5.5 million. Dimitro opened. So he gets the 400k from Dimitro. Also gets the ante and the small blind. So 5.5 million it leaves Marione. Pretty short. 13, 14 bigs for Marione. Now, Dimitro. Looking to take control here. Dimitro. $400k with these suited connectors. So this is Camerata Damiano in seat 1, it looks like. Likes to take his time. Afik on the button folds. Well, 3.8 million for Marione, so close to 20 bigs. Morad in the big blind with 10-7. Flicks in the chips. Dimitro back up to 16 million. Joint chip leader along with Afik. That's Mark Pedersen from Denmark posting the big blind and the big blind ante. Just out in the outer table, 23 remain. So all these guys have earned themselves €3,580. But of course, I mean, all the big dosh distributed on the final day. Camerata will be opening, you would assume, with Ace Jack in the hijack position. 2 spots on the button, folded around to him. The Italian moves all in, 20 bigs. Big shove this. But it does get the job done. Camerata takes down the pot. $500,000 out there before card is dealt. The 100k small blind, 200k big blind, and then the 200k big blind ante. Now Kawasaki under the gun. He folds, but this is 9 Oratel, the Israeli. 5.5 million, which is about average. Opening under the gun +1 with the King 10 suited. Camerata should be just snap folding this 8-7. Not really sure what he's thinking. Under the gun +2. Afik folds. Marione folds. Morad snap folds to 4 high. So it's Pedersen in the small blind. Mark Pedersen, the Danish player, with the 6-3 off. He snap folds, and Dimitro in the big blind with Queen 4 off, not interested. Eight-handed on our feature table. 2 of the tables in play. We have 8 on one table, 7 on the other, so 23 players. All of these guaranteed 3.5k plus under the gun here. We have 9 Aratal who folds, and now Camerata folding. This is Afik. 16 million joint chippy along with Dimitro. Morad with the Jack 8 in the cutoff, Jack 8 offsuit. This is Mark Pedersen on the button with the Queen 6. And folded around on the button, he opens, makes it 400,000. Dimitro folds, Kawasaki in the big blind, 8-6. I mean, there's so many big stacks on this table, it's crazy, all the chips. Kawasaki has missed, Mark checks back second pair. 7 on the turn, probably go check, check. Well, look at this, Kawasaki trying to rep that 7. But unfortunately, Mark has a piece of this, it's not going to work. Unless he goes big on the river. Well, he can't now. He just can't. Wow. $1.1 million Kawasaki. Mark Pedersen trying to work this one out. It's Kawasaki who's actually led again on the river here for 1.1 million, I believe. Action with Mark Pedersen. Oh, wow. Fired again, Kawasaki. Got Pedersen to fold. Now, Camerata under the gun, but I think this ace-3 goes into the bin. Afik. Jack-7 suited. Considering his options. Afik makes it 4-2-5 with the Jack-7 of hearts. Fold it right around to Morad. Well, actually, action on Morad, yeah, with the 9-2 off, he folds. Pedersen folds. Dimitro. Suited ace on the button. Flat calls with the ace-3 of diamonds. And 9 Oratal in the big blind here. Pocket 9s, he went up against 9s. His opponent flopped a set and he made the flush. Now he's the one with the 9s in the big blind. Versus early open from Afik and a flat call on the button from Dimitro. These are the two big stacks on the table. 9 or Atoll makes a set. Incredible. Now watch Afik fire here. Guaranteed. He will fire. You might show absolutely none of this. So, third of the pot. You might show will fold. What? Ace-3. What's he's floating here? Backdoor diamonds, ace high. Well, he's reading it right. Afik for absolute air. But this is going to save Afik big time. Because I think 9 or Atoll will announce himself here. Too much action. 2.7 million already out there. think he's going to be raising. That's the end of the hand. There you have it. Well, I mean, Afik, he's lucky really, because if Dimitro doesn't float there, I think 9 or Atal just smooth calls, but he can't afford to do that three-way. So he's come out and announced himself, and that's in the hand. Ace 3, surprised Dimitro. Stuck around, but he was reading the situation correctly. He was ahead of Afik. He had the benefit of position. So what's happening now is clock is paused and the TD picks out a card 1 to 5. Whatever card it is, that's the amount of hands we play. I'm not really hearing it right. It's either 3 or 4 hands. I can't hear. And then we bag and tag. Another bust out. I'm told 22 remain. 22 players left from 1,340. All of these players well in the money. Guaranteed 3.5k plus. And of course the opportunity of coming back tomorrow to compete for that gold ring and the 6-figure payday, of course, that's up top. Now, nice level for this player, 9 or Atal. We started with 2.5 million. Has more than tripled his stack. A6, Camerata, Damiano with the same hand in the big blind. This is blind versus blind. Well, Camerata not up for a fight. Let's go the A6. Now this is pretty decent orbit for 9 or Atal. Stack 8.5 million from 2.5. Average 5.5. Well, actually it's 6 million now as average stack with 22 players left. 6 million is the average. Morad is short 2.9 million. Folds, and now Mark Peterson folds. This is Dimitro. Certainly the most active, would you believe, 9s again. Pocket 9s for Dimitro. Kawasaki folds. 9 or Atal on the button with the Queen 10. He's had a good half hour. Calls the 400k, and action now with Camerata, who likes to take his time, but he's a genuine decision here. Ace Jack, small blind position, open from Dimitro, flat from 9 or Atal, and he folds the Ace Jack. Doesn't like it. 10-6 for Afik. Gets out of the way. So heads up here. Pocket nines versus queen 10. A pretty tight fold from Camerata. Now this is trouble, big trouble. Top pair and a good shot for 9 or Atel. This is the third time we've seen a set of nines. It's just insane. Dmitro checked and a very fast bet from 9 or Atel with top pair and a good shot. Now Dmitro, check raise, incoming. It is a check raise. Dmitro trying to get the money over the line. 9 or Atel. Well, he's just way too strong to be folding. Top pair. And if that's not good, he has the straight draw. 2 pair draw. Trip draw. So 1.7 million check raise. 9 or Atel makes the call. Decent size pot now, 4.7 million. Oh boy, quads. Perhaps too strong. Any slight concerns Dmitro might have had have just completely vanished. Absolute nuts here. He has to go small, really small. I'm thinking 2 million maximum. Lovely sizing. Keeps 9 or Atel. Interested. Does have the good shot. Might smell this one out. Dmitro. Perhaps the sizing just that little bit too small, which arises suspicion. Dmitro just begging to be raised. What? Well, that's a flat. I thought that was a raise. Now, 9 or Atel misses the straight and a queen. I mean, the house of queens would have been just a disaster. Dmitro checking here, trying to induce action. 9 or Atel might fall for it. 7.7 million in the pot. Dmitro trying every angle to fey weakness. Well, he hadn't checked. Moves in, it's in the hand. Well, I mean, there's everything out there. Paired board, flushes there, straights there. 9 or Atel only beating a bluff. Ukrainian will be chip leader regardless of the outcome of this decision that 9 or Atel is about to make. I mean, I'm pretty positive he's going to fold. There's no hand he's beating here besides an absolute bluff. As it turns out, he's up against the nuts quads. The Ukrainian takes down another pot. 19 million, 3 times the average stack in my show. Average is 6 million. 22 players left. Now, Morad, who is playing 14 bigs, pocket pair under the gun. All in announced, small pair, pocket threes. Pedersen folds. Dmytro folds. Action with Kawasaki, he folds. 9 Oratel folds. And now Camerata Damiano folds just the blinds. Afik and Marione both fold. So blinds posted 100k, 200k. I believe it's the second last hand of the night. Back again at 2:30 tomorrow. 2:30 for the live stream. Bring you all the action. Final day of this World Series of Poker Circuit Monster Stack. Incredible event. One of these players will be awarded that 6-figure payday. Dmytro opens. Camerata folded. The Jack 10 action is on Afik. Button position. Dmytro super active. Looks like he's going to get 3-bet here from Afik. Snap fold from Marione, and Morad folds also. So that's it looks like. End of stream. We're back tomorrow, 2:30, for the conclusion of this Gold Ring Monster Stack event. Thanks for joining. Tune in tomorrow. Buy from me, buy from Kings Resort.
$5 מיליון? 5,200. שילוס אחד בגלה, עליתי דווקא יפה.